time for another nostalgia episode, and we are going to finish up the reset and restore process with the Latitude E6540. Where we were at last time, we were halfway through updating Windows on this particular device, and we ended up creating recovery media for the Inspiron laptop next door. However, we had a failed attempt. We got to the portion of the recovery where it asked to save user files. However, I told it no, do not save anything, and I just told it to skip plugging in a device, and it just failed altogether. So we are not only going to finish the restoration of the Latitude, but we are also going to do attempt 2 at the recovery of the Inspiron. So what I do have here is the flash drive with the recovery media and a flash drive in which I'll be backing up audio files or something. And then I have a second flash drive in which I'll be saving files onto as it requests. Both of these are green 16 gig Lexar drives, which should work with this machine. Because that that USB 3.1 drive that we did for the first time, it just stopped recognizing it after the first boot, which was such a shame. All right, so now we are going to head into the recovery USB, boot off of that. And there's the Windows logo, or what's now considered the old Windows logo, because now there's a new one for Windows 11. I think Dell said this machine was compatible with Windows 10. And I believe the Vostro over here, which we'll be restoring next, I think it said that it wasn't compatible. I'll have to take a look. I guess it is compatible with Windows 10. But I guess I was wrong. Of course, we will do it in English. And of course, as we did last time, we have to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the agreement and accept it. No errors. Let's move on. Meanwhile, let's go back to the Latitude here. I'm going to show you that we still have some updates to do. And you can see it's always detecting too. Interesting. Including a preview of a framework from July of 2017. Sure, let's do those. Even though they're a little old. Okay, no issues we can repair. We don't care too much about that. All we care about is moving forward with the recovery process. Here's the part that everything screeched to a halt last time. We're going to continue. It wants an external USB hard drive. Can we insert like a USB, or do we have to use an external hard drive? Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's creating the backup. Cannot create data in personal settings. Can we get past this part or not? Looks like not. We will install a fresh copy of your operating system. Well, that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to install a fresh copy of the operating system, and so far, we have not been getting anywhere. If we still seem not to be getting anywhere, what I'll be doing is I'll be installing the standard copy of Windows 10. Not sure what version it is, but I decided to put it inside of a jewel case. That's what many people call it from the 90s. Many pieces of software back in the day came shipped in this jewel case. Oh yeah, and I wrote this, the latest and greatest from Microsoft. Yeah, I decided to write it down because at the time I created this media, Windows 11 was not even announced yet. So I'll keep that on hand in case I need it. But for now, that's where we're pretty much at. We're pretty much at a standstill with this. Now let's see how it does against a much larger size drive, because I think 16 gigabytes is too minimal for a 16 gigabyte. So I mean, this flash drive is 16 gigabytes, but I mean, think about it. If there's like files that, like, let's say are over 16 gigabytes, it definitely cannot fit everything on this one drive. So there needs to be a sufficient amount of space, and it looks like that's all it took. Just needed a much larger drive. And we are getting somewhere. So it backed up everything from the installation. No additional partitions to back up on system. Okay. I'm gonna have to see what's going on here. Now here's the problem. It says a media driver your computer needs is missing. So that's a problem. Yeah, I think we messed it up. Oh, is this what was going on? It said no partitions were found. Could that be the error we had? Great. I'm going to have to grab that copy of Windows 7 again. I'm going to reinstall Windows 7 Home. We should be able to get farther this time. Yes. We're going to delete the original installation. The original copy. All right. And now let's get it installed. So pretty much I'm just supplying a generic copy of Windows 7 that I made. Because just like with Windows 10, I have it in both 32 and 64-bit architectures. I created CDs for both. I've never seen this error before. Windows saved the current session to the disk because the battery reached its critical level. Before resuming Windows, the battery must be recharged or the system should be plugged in. If you have not done so, please shut down and charge the battery or plug it in. So, I have never seen that error before with Windows 7. That is completely new. So, it did hibernate. So it says, we'll perform the image using the existing hidden computer image on your machine. So that could be what is going on here. There's no recovery partition on the hard drive. So that could be the problem. For now, I'm just going to download all the drivers for this computer. Now Windows 7 is refusing to recognize the drive. Now it's refusing to recognize USBs at all, period. Even on a fresh installation. So this is an even bigger problem. Alright, so we can't seem to get anywhere with that procedure. So, what I'm actually going to do instead is I'm going to write the folder to a DVD, and I'm going to use that. So we're going to continue without scanning. I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to extract the files. So I'm going to extract the files from the folder. So let's extract all of the files. Okay. And we have the Win32 folder. Portable. And this is all of the stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of this over to a blank CD. I'm going to copy it over to a blank DVD, and we will use that to run the software. And if we have to do the same thing with all of the drivers, we will do that. Now, what did I just pull out? An SD card? Is there even a DVD drive on this thing? Oh, there is, right here. Sounds just like my laptop. My old one. All right. Okay, let's see what happens. So I'm going to send to DVD. This is DVD-R. It was probably waiting to be recognized. So let's wait for Windows to recognize it. Let's wait for the disk to show up in Explorer before we tell it anything. And let's see, there is a DVD, but it's not recognizing anything. Oh boy, we are stuck again, aren't we? Because no matter what USB flash drive I plug in, Windows 7 is refusing to detect it on this particular machine. Alright, so it does read DVDs. That's good news. But Windows 7 on here does not want to detect. It does not want to detect a DVD, no matter how hard I try. Not even a rewritable verbatim disk. It doesn't even want to detect it. I have determined the problem for what is going on with the Inspiron. So, we have been having difficulty with the recovery because the recovery hard drive is pretty much missing. The hard drive that originally came with the computer. That has all of the recovery information on it. So when I tried to use that tool, it did not detect any of that recovery information, which I believe is essential for the recovery. So if it cannot find the recovery partition on the hard drive, then that unfortunately means that we cannot install the factory installation, which is very disappointing. So what I'm going to do instead is, right now I've just installed that generic copy of Windows 7. It's unactivated, but here is what I intend to do with it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a custom installation of Windows 7 specifically for this machine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to include all of the drivers. So basically I'm going to include all of the drivers and programs and everything like that just to get it all done, and I'll have it fully automated. So all I can just do is tell it to wipe the partitions, install the OS, then install all the programs. Put on Audacity, put on the VLC player, install the drivers and everything. Just get it all installed from that one disk and be done with it. So at least we're going to get as close as we can get to the factory installation, but not quite. So for the Inspiron, we are pretty much at a standstill. So we are going to see what we can do with the Vostro. So let me show you the Vostro in its current state before we even go any further with the recovery process. So as I had mentioned already, it does have a copy of Windows 7 Professional, which I'm sure it's the organization copy because I did not see a Dell background or anything like that. I just saw the generic one. And yes, this does have its original hard drive in the system. So I think we may be in good shape for this recovery. So we may be in good shape for this recovery procedure. Yeah, one of the Alt keys does not work, but it's okay. It'll work. It'll do. But here again, this is attached. This again is attached to a domain, so there's no real logical way I could do the whole recovery initially. But let's see if I can do it within the recovery the recovery menu. And there's the Windows Vista boot animation. Okay, so it looks like there is a local user on here. It's named Dwayne. Okay, so we cannot do the recovery, but let's see if this even still holds a charge. Nope, the battery must have depleted in this one. Nope, so it looks like on this particular computer, the battery must have depleted. Alright, so as soon as these drivers finish copying over, that is where we are going to stop for this episode. So we did try our best with this again, but we have not been able to get anywhere with the recovery media from Dell. So what we're going to do instead is I've already installed a plain copy of Windows 7 for the time being, because what I plan to do is use these drivers that I just downloaded off of Dell's website for this machine, and I'm going to be using another computer to create a massive Windows 7 installation DVD that will come with all of the drivers pre-installed. It's not the one from the factory, but I'm going to make it close enough to the original factory installation. Yeah, I'm going to get it as close as I can to the original factory installation from Dell. And then once that is done, then we will move over to the Vostro and we will do its recovery and restoration. And hopefully by next time, we should be done with the Inspiron. And then we can get to work restoring the factory installation on the remaining computers, including the Lenovo, not this Dell, but this HP, and then we can get to work on other experiments and everything else. So we're getting close to a full factory installation on all these machines. The Compact already has its factory installation, so we're not going to need to change anything with that. So pretty much that's where we stand right now, but we are slowly working our way there. So we're getting close to having all these computers with the factory installations, but it's still going to take a lot of time and effort just to get there. This Acer, however, is going to be a little more difficult because the hard drive has failed, so I might consider running it off an SD card. I don't know, but I'll see what I can do about the Acer, and then by then we should have nearly everything on their factory installations, which will be great news. So, until next time, thanks for watching, and we will see you in the next episode. Once again for another nostalgia episode, and we are going to be returning to the Inspiron and the Latitude. And yes, I am on a StreamYard with State College, as Lancaster just finished unboxing his WR30 from Midland. So, if you may remember the last episode, we had some difficulty getting the Inspiron fully restored to its factory installation. What we did was we tried various methods. We tried to see if we could back up the files off of it and it wouldn't get past it. And then when I looked at the errors that it gave, it said no additional partitions to back up. And I found the reason when I used this generic copy of Windows 10. So basically I put the CD in the machine, and booted it from the disk, and it said that a media driver couldn't be loaded. So that indicated the problem. So what I'll be trying to do is doing another attempt at the Inspiron, and also in between, we're going to be restoring the Dell Vostro back to its factory installation. However, right now we're booting up the Latitude. It's still got to finish the updates that were successful. It had like 4 of them. I had to shut it off midway because I was out of time. So, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to first install the drivers for the Inspiron. Now, we can't do it via the USB because the machine, for some reason, doesn't want to recognize them. Hopefully Windows 10 will be a different story. But first, we're going to use this CD I created, which are all the drivers for this machine. So let's turn our attention there now. So basically, I downloaded all the drivers off of Dell's website for this computer. Now, whatever we can't install, it's okay. So if we open up the files, here they all are. So we are going to start with...
Really cool so far.
Yep, so we're going to start with this... We're going to start with this TBM driver. I'm going to use the Windows 10 case so you all can see the screen. It is reading from a CD, so this will take longer than it usually does. And now the Latitude is restarting, and then eventually we'll be at the desktop on that, and we can get to work with the Vostro. That's the user account control. This is the Intel Turbo Boost monitor software. Continue. Yes. Okay. And we'll do, I'll just go ahead and run the other installers just like we did with the... And now this I installed last time was a generic copy of Windows 7 using the CD I created. So this doesn't have a product key attached. Signed exe title. This is the wireless display connection manager. So this would be the audio driver. This platform is not compatible or not in use. Well, we'll get back to that at a later point. But for now, let's move on to this next one. Yeah, this is from 2013. This is old. Dell Quickset from March of 2013. We're going to do the...
More than 10 years.
That's right, because when I was looking at the information on this specific computer, this thing was manufactured in 2012, which explains the Windows 7 sticker and the branding throughout on the keyboard and such. As I mean, at the time, in 2012, Windows 8 was also the main OS. However, very few computer OEMs chose to include Windows 8 in their computers. Like, for example, this HP, which did come with Windows 8. And yes, we will be restoring that computer back to Windows 8 in a future episode. So this next one, it finished, installed successfully. This is the processor control panel. That's a little tool that Intel provides that monitors the processor. This is the audio driver. Now, I'm not sure if Dell did anything with Realtek at this current moment, because I didn't know too much about. Because I mean, I only got my first Dell laptop in like 2015. This utility is only for PLDS. Alright, so that doesn't work. So I guess the DVD drive must have been replaced. But it's okay. Alright, let's move on to the chipset driver. But if we get any errors that this driver won't work, we can just skip those. Because I mean, I included all the drivers for the entire machine on Dell's website. So this is the chipset driver. We are finally getting in on the Latitude. Alright, so that was the card reader we just did. So now we're going to do the management engine. Next up is this D2D5DM1 driver. So that's a Seagate firmware update. So we're going to skip that. This is drivers for OS deployment. And it comes in these packages. So just like that one other driver, it comes in a security catalog. So let's move on to this monitor. Let's see what it's for. This is for Vostro, so that won't work. Touch monitor. This is for, here we go, Inspiron 5520. This is the model. You got to make sure that the models are correct before progressing any further. This is a monitor type driver for Inspiron 5520. That is the model we want, so yes. And it already comes in its own little folder. Oh, that's the same one we just did. Here's another monitor driver. Inspiron desktop, we want 5520. That's its catalog. And next up is digital delivery, which is a tool that Dell provides to re-download applications that you purchased. While I wait for that to load, let's go over to the Latitude, and I see it's got a few more updates that it has to do. So let's see which ones.
Do the updates too much?
Yep, I mean even after you install Windows, you still got to do a whole bunch of updates. Oh, it's currently installing other updates, so. Alright, we'll see, we'll let it finish that, and then we'll get back to it. So, in the meantime, let's go ahead and download the recovery media for the Vostro. And there's the digital delivery. Same error as before. I mean, then again, a lot of these updates won't work. And Dell Update is the tool that provides all the drivers and such for that particular machine. So we're going to go ahead and start the download of the Dell Recovery and Restore. Vostro 1540, that should be the one, though it said 1550. So we'll let that download. Management engine is done. No, I will not restart. This is that Turbo Boost tool, which we will not need. Package installed successfully. Okay, let's see what yeah, that's the audio driver that I need to restart. Alright, I'm gonna go back in here and let's install the display driver. This is a little newer, and this is the same design used nowadays, except the colors are different. And I'm pretty sure I forgot to mention that, of course, since this is the generic copy, it's got all the sample songs. Alright, this is the ELAN input device driver. That's for the touchpad. And all done. Changes will not take effect until you restart. We are not going to restart because we're in the middle of installing drivers. The BIOS is A07, so this is the latest, so we can skip that. And let's move on to the WI Max driver. That's the installer for the touchpad. There's that signed exe title again. WiMAX Link for 5520. Yep, that's what we want. So we'll go ahead and unzip the files. This is going to be the Pro set. Meanwhile, I'll go ahead and start the next one. This is the Pro set wireless software for the Wi-Fi card included in this computer. Now we can see that it says the adapter is missing, so that means the software is installed. However, we are going to be installing that adapter as we continue through this process. So I'll show you what we have installed right now. So you can see there's the Pro set. This is the monitor. That's the firmware. And it also opens up this README document. So this is the instructions. And we'll move on to this one. While we wait, let's head over back to the Latitude because the download is finished. So we're gonna unzip the folder. Okay, there it is. It says that it's empty, but we have a solution. So we're gonna, oh, what did it just open? XPS viewer. I don't think you get that in Windows 10. Anyway, we're gonna open up 7-zip and we will extract the files there. So just like last time, we're going to use the 7-zip program to extract the files. Alright, so this is what we have. We have MST, we have a data1.cab file. Oh, this is another one of those Seagate updates. Alright, we can just go ahead and close that because I said we'd be skipping it. So we're just going to move on to the network driver. Now, I am a little curious to see what was installed on this machine. So, however, we can't log in. So what I want to try and do first is break the password to get in. So to do that, we're going to have to use the Sethic trick, as I like to call it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert the 64-bit CD of the generic copy of Windows 7 Professional, which is what this computer was pre-installed with. I'm going to use that disk to replace Sethic. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the boot. I had to fiddle around with the keyboard. Oh yeah, it's low in the setup. So now we're working with 3 computers. We're downloading the driver, we're downloading the media for the Vostro. We're installing the drivers on the Inspiron. We're trying to figure out how we can get into the system here. We're gonna go to repair the computer, Windows 7. No, we don't need startup repair. We're going into command prompt. View advanced options. Here we go. Command prompt. That's what we want. So this is the recovery partition on the hard drive, and the D drive is the operating system. So let's see what this organization used. It's got Newton. This has Office 2007. Wow, an older version of Office running on Windows 7. Dang. So there were multiple partitions on this system. Anyway, we need to specify the drive. So we need to copy Sethic. So the last time this was used was 2018, and it says they removed Office and Office Professional. Let's see what other restore points are on this system. Looks like that's all of them. So the latest one was 2017, 2018. Man, this is pretty old. It had Chrome 58. One of my favorites, Google Earth. It's even got Google Earth Desktop. And it's even got Office Home and Business 2016. And it had Office Professional 2010. And then the rest of them are, I believe, security updates. So we got to do copy, yes, copy /y to say yes, that's what we want to do. That's going to be D Windows System 32 CMD, and then it's gonna replace D Windows Sethic exe. Okay. All right. So now it has been replaced. So we're gonna go ahead and cancel system restore and reboot. This is the ProSet wireless Bluetooth. This is HD graphics. This is the Bluetooth driver. Yes, install. Here we go. Here comes the display driver. You know what? Let's break into the system and just run Explorer. We're gonna run Explorer in the logon screen. Okay, next. No, I will not restart. Yep, just need to reboot. And that's for the network. There it is. There's the Explorer shell. Now we can see all the programs that were installed on here. And yes, of course, we're in a system. So now let's take a look at the complete lineup of apps that were on here. So this business had Adobe Acrobat 9. It's got Adobe Reader 10. Of course, it has Chrome. It's got Google Earth. They even have Firefox. They even had Mozilla Firefox on here. What else? Inkscape. I think I've seen that before. I don't remember. And then pretty much the standard stuff. And then we have accessories. Connect to a network projector. I think this business may have disabled Arrow. We have Dell Data Safe. There's a local backup. Service agreements. The Data Safe Online. Dell Support Center. Let's see if we can run the recovery from this. Dell Support Center. Last scan. A system scan has not yet been performed. I don't know what that error is. Oh yeah, it's the license agreements. Okay, we're going to go to backup and recovery. This says you have not created a copy of the original software image. Why don't we do that? To log on to your computer, type, okay, so we'll type okay, well, oh, look at that. This is the desktop right here. That is nice. All right. Well, let's see if we can So that's great. Let's go back in here and try it again. This is the factory installation, and this is what we're going to try and restore. Okay, so we have an administrator. We have Dwayne. So we are going to change the password for the Dwayne account. So let's change the Dwayne password. So we're going to do netuser Dwayne. So it's called netuser Dwayne. We should now be able to log in. However, we're going to need to restart because the machine is very unstable in that state. So it looks like we may be on the right track. But again, I had to force shut down because I can't restart when I'm using the Explorer on the logon screen. But that was cool. I got to run the Explorer shell on the logon screen. I mean, I had to try it because I'm not sure what's up with this keyboard. But so now we're going to repeat the same process as before, but we're going to use the new password. Like that. All right, so I do Control-Alt-Delete to sign in. And then we're going to type UAPC, the Dwayne account. So let's see if we can log in as the administrator. That says there are no logon servers available. And we have our first failure. Okay, so probably because another one is in progress, maybe. I don't know what this says. Let's just change the resolution so we can see. I don't know, we need to go into... Let's move these down so I can go into screen resolution. Let's change it to 1366 by... Hey, there we go. There we go. That's a little better. Okay, we'll finish on that. And there's the Bluetooth GUI. Alright, now we have a much larger screen resolution thanks to that display driver. Alright, let's execute more. Let's see. That's the one we just did. This one is that wireless card that we just tried. Why don't we give it another... Let's give it another go. We have options. Let's just hit log off, see what happens. Ah, that was cool. Alright, let's go back into the Sethic here. I know there's not enough storage available. Okay, we may be in good shape. We may be in good shape with this Wi-Fi card. We got networks. We got networks. There they all are. That is amazing. It's going to go off and on for a little while. We'll install software and stuff. But then eventually we'll have everything. We can get that hooked up. So far we are struggling with this machine. A restart is required to complete. No, we will not restart. And we are done. Okay, perfect. So that's the Wi-Fi card that works with this computer. So now let's run the other one. That's the utility. So let's install it. That's if you intend on using a wireless keyboard or mouse with the machine. Hey, I was going to check on Windows Update, and it looks like it's ready to restart. Okay, so we've been able to gain access to the local users on this machine. However, we are getting a different error. I'll just log in as the Dwayne account, and when we try to, it says there are no logon servers available. There we go. We are on the internet. Tell it that that's a home network. I'll show you what each of these buttons do. This opens the mobility center. What does this one open up? Ooh, a custom menu. And this opens the instant launch manager. So we can use that tool to assign a program or function. All right, so I've activated Bluetooth, but it's not doing anything. So let's cancel that for now. We want to ensure the best experience as possible. Sure. Welcome to Dell Recovery Basic Edition. Next. Factory recovery. This feature is not supported by your operating system. Create your factory media. Later. System backup upgrade required. Not having any luck, aren't we? Let's just see what booting in safe mode does. Rapid storage technology. Oh, that's not what I want. All right. So now we are going to need to install a better browser on here other than IE8. One of them being Microsoft Edge. So we're gonna download the latest browser from Microsoft, which doesn't work. No, we will not reboot at this time. Yep, we will need to restart. Let's see, where were we just at? We were at System Utilities is the next driver. So it looks like we can't get Arrow yet, but all right, let's see if we can log in safe mode. See if that works. We may finally be able to get in after fiddling around with this for almost half an hour. Oh, I just figured it out. We were specifying the domain because it said login as local computer, and here we are. It's about time. We fiddled around with this thing for hours and hours, and we are finally in. What a miracle. And it took me safe mode just to get in here, so that's awesome that we're finally in the system. This is good news. And I can see that the clock is way off, but we will fix that when we reset it. Let's see if we can run the reset in, say, Edmondson. Okay, so now that we're in, let's see if we can get it off the domain. So we're going to go into the properties here, and we will see, yes, this is Windows 7 Pro, Service Pack 1. It's not going to show an activation status, but we will change that. We're going to change settings. Advanced. You must be logged on as an administrator. Okay. So let's switch to the administrator account. All right, well, let's switch it to the administrator. Account has been disabled. Let's go back into the Dwayne account and see if we can try the recovery. So let's see if we can attempt the restore in safe mode. Dell Support Center is not designed to run in safe mode. So ESPN, this says ESPN offline draft. My gosh. Simply Safety, Sonic Wall, That's Symantec. Ooh, this has Windows XP mode. Oh, that's going to be fun. That's going to be a fun thing to try out once I get it working. Meanwhile, back over on the Inspiron, we're getting pretty close to a finished product. We are on the Rapid Start technology. And if we take a look, does not meet the minimum requirements. All right, we can't do that. Let's see what this Toshiba is. What were we gonna try and do? Oh yeah, Microsoft Edge. 5520, yep, continue. So I needed to install a driver for the USB, and now it works. Alright, so what do we have to run to install? What do we have to execute? Does not work. This doesn't work either. Let's spam the errors. USB 5. Download for your device. Okay. Let's see what this is. Linux USB bootmaker. I guess that's, I suppose, if you're installing Linux. Okay, we are almost done. We have one more video driver set to install. We will be all set to go. That's the video driver. This is AMD. We have Intel, so we don't need it. And we're down to the last two packages. We have the VWD. No match drives. And this is Secure Systems Management. Continue. And we'll unzip the files. Okay, that should be all the drivers. This is the now preloaded reader. Okay, so that's all the drivers. So I'll go ahead and take out the CD. However, we do need to reboot for all the drivers to take effect. And I'll go ahead and delete these files. So we are going to restart, because it says a lot of the drivers need to reboot in order to proceed. So let's reboot, let's restart. This is the moment of truth. We have a welcome. There's the brightness. And if it all was done correctly, there it is. Windows Arrow. That is amazing. And it looks like it wants to restart again. Sure, why don't we? But look at that. We have the display drivers properly installed. So we got this thing nearly restored. However, I don't care if we install the Edge browser, because you know what's coming next? Windows 10. This is amazing. Windows 7 in its true glory. This is just reminds me of Mac OS already. We have a now fully restored system. This is amazing. We have the Windows Mobility Center, and this is all the Dell stuff. That is amazing. All right. Now, Before we actually go any further, however, there is still one more step we need to do. Since Edge will not install, I'm going to see if the Chrome browser does the same thing. If not, I'm going to try and put a secondary browser on there, such as Brave. And if I can get it installed, then it should be able to work. Let's go back to the Vostro. We need net user, username add. We're going to create a test administrator account. So we're going to name it test add. And then we're going to add it to the group. So net local group administrators, the test administrator account, and add it to the group. All right, now let's switch users. And if we go here, we should be able to log in as the test account. And yes, we are. Okay, so now we have a fully working administrator. Now we should be able to do everything that we want to do. Okay, so it looks like that's not going to work. So let's just put the Chrome browser on there for now. Meanwhile, let's head back to the Vostro. So now that we've created a test administrator account, let's see if we can log in. Let's restart. Yes, I want to continue. All right, let's restart. And let's see what happens. Oh, and of course I can't forget about my favorite, one of my favorite programs on Windows 7, the Purple Place. This is the memory. Yeah, we know how the game works. I think with this touchpad it's a little difficult. I think when they were coming up with this game, I think they got the inspiration from the classic concentration bonus round or something. And that just shuffles them all around. I like the advanced nature of this game, but it's too bad you don't get it in Windows 7 Professional. And you don't get any of these games with Windows 10 either. But I mean, some clever engineers was able to create tools that allowed you to restore the functionality of these programs in Windows editions that are normally not included with Windows editions that don't normally include this game. So I don't think this Inspiron would be the option for this stream. It's most likely going to be the Latitude. Yep, ran out of time. Okay, well, that was good. Alright, let's see if we can log in now. Hey, there it is. There's the test account that we had. And there it is. That was all it took. That's all it took to create a new administrator account in safe mode. And now, finally, we are in Windows 7 on this Dell Vostro. That is amazing. I am so happy. Although it took a lot of work to get us here. So, now that we're finally in, why don't we take a look? So now we don't need to detach it from the domain because now we can perform the recovery. That's awesome. So let's go into the Dell Support Center and open up the PC Checkup utility, which we will do the restore on. But before we go any further, we got to run one of my favorite programs, Google Earth. I mean, it's been a while since I've done a Google Earth program. I mean, I was considering doing a Google Earth show, but unfortunately, it did not get as far. As it did say in System Restore earlier, this was running Chrome 58. So this must be an older version of Chrome, and it also means that it must be an older version of Google. And that also means that the version of Google Earth installed is older as well. And you will see right now. And we can see some of the changes the organization has done. Is that related to the display or oh yeah, it must be the background. I like the background too. That's pretty cool. So that definitely indicates that this is the factory installation. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a backup of the factory install, and then we're going to reinstall it. Yeah, this is very old. Oh, wow. Welcome to Chrome. You know, back in the day when my school had Windows 7, I was a regular Chrome user. But when I got this, I was still a regular Chrome user at the time. But then when Microsoft announced the Edge browser was going to be based off the Chromium engine, and my school started using that. So once my school's installations of Windows 10 began to include the Microsoft Edge browser, the new browser, the Chromium one, not the original, I actually started using that as my default browser, and it has been that way, and it's the same story for the computers back up in my office, my two computers that I have, the desktop and my laptop. This one as well, before the upgrade. And of course, since this is a new user account, we can just disable the tips. It's loading stuff. Let's see how the Vostro does against this. Oh yeah, it has my favorite tool, Flight Simulator. So we can just zoom in on a ton of random locations. Let's just zoom into a random area on the map. I'm surprised that this Vostro, I'm surprised that this organization put Google Earth on here. I don't know what kind of purpose this organization was using, but whatever kind of purpose this organization was using it for, it must have been something different. I don't think this flight simulator works as. Oh, there we go. There we are. Help make Microsoft mouse and keyboard center better. What does that remind you of? That Windows Vista saying join the customer improvement program, which doesn't even exist anymore because it's been out of support for many years. Oh gosh, it's lagging. It is lagging. That is pretty unique. Let's just take a look at some of the other programs. Let's just take a look at some of the other programs like Adobe Acrobat 10. Okay, well, we figured that out, so I'll just go ahead and close the browser. What kind of language is this? Okay, whoever used this last, it's apparently in Spanish. What language is this? Spanish? French? Did they have this in French the last time? I think so. Alright, but anyway, here's the main reason we're here. Backup and recovery. And we are going to create recovery media. It says, create system recovery media to restore back to the way it was in the event of a critical hard drive failure. That's awesome. So, oh boy, I don't know how many CDs I have. Well, we're going to do a one-time restore, but then at a later point, I'll be restoring it once more. So, we're going to create a USB flash drive for now. Has a special protected section of the hard disk that can be restored. It is important that you create this recovery tool. And in fact, I will show you. So, like, can we start a recovery from here? Oh, we can do it from here. I guess I don't need the recovery after all. Okay, so I guess we can do it from here. We are going to restore the entire system to the factory state. Yes, here we go. Your computer will be restored to the way it was on January 30th of 2012, the factory image. This might take an hour or more. So apparently Dell has been like many other manufacturers. They've been including recovery partitions on their hard drives of these computers. And once we're done here, I might end up creating recovery media for use in the future should I need it. So, we're going to go ahead and finally clear the organization settings and restore this back to the way it was when it was first purchased, back in 2012. So here we go. So it took us hours and hours of fiddling around with the user accounts and everything, and now the restore begins. And meanwhile, I will finish the setup on the Inspiron. Ooh, it's working better already. Windows 7. Alright, so now we'll be booted to another screen. And this is the page right here. So it says, before restoring the machine, you can preserve files that have been added or changed since the backup. We do not need to do any of that because all of the data that was previously stored is stored on the organization. We cannot access the other accounts on the machine other than the one I just created. So this is as far as we can go. So we're gonna let everything be erased. And this is the final warning saying that everything will be erased and deleted forever, and only the C partition will be deleted, and the other partitions of the system will not be impacted. So, Yes, we want to do this. And away we go. The organization installation of Windows 7 is gone. And now we are restoring it back to the way it was when it was shipped from the factory some 11 years ago. This is great news. Okay, the restore is complete on this computer. What I'm doing here is I'm installing additional updates. And as for the Inspiron, the restoration is mostly complete. However, I've still got much bigger plans with this computer. So I tried downloading the Edge browser through Chrome, and unfortunately it gave me the same error. So I'm just going to leave the Chrome browser as it is on this machine. We should then be able to upgrade it to Windows 10, and then we will try the restoration again with the factory image. And speaking of the factory image, now the Vostro has its factory image. So now we will restart it. And now we will watch a brand new installation of Windows 7 from 2012 boot up and set up for the very first time, as it was when it left the factory years ago. Well, looks like that's it already. I guess all the software was already installed. And look at that, this is the original factory installation. I am very pleased. So now let's go through the setup process. You know the drill here, English US. We're going to use the standard username that I do. I'm going to say Vostro 1550 just to be sure that everything is as accurate as possible. We are not applying a password. This is Windows 7 Professional Service Pack 1, and this is the agreement for Dell. We're going to use recommended settings because I know there's still a bunch of updates to do. Again, the time is incorrect, so we need to correct it now. Presently, the time is 3:21:10. And since this already has all the drivers installed, we can just connect it to the internet. And we are just about done. It's finalizing all the settings. And there we go. Look at that. That is the factory installation. Unlike that other one we were fiddling around with just a few moments prior. Or like before, that had a generic background. It had the factory background, but it did not have the factory lock screen background. So that's what told me that the whole thing was managed by an organization. So those organization settings are now gone forever, and now we are once again free to use this as we please. That is just amazing. I didn't even have to create recovery media at all from that utility. That is amazing. Because I didn't know this had recovery media already built in, so that is just impressive. And the Latitude is ready to restart for those updates. And here it is. We're almost at the desktop. This is the final step. And these are some of the updates and usage data and everything. We click finish, and it looks like that's it. Because I'm seeing a personalized settings window. There's the factory background. I'll let you just see the window, what it's doing. It's setting up everything. And that is it. Everything the organization had on here is gone. And now we have a fresh installation of Windows 7 Professional, exactly as it was when it was shipped from the factory. Although I already noticed the mouse is not acting as good as it did before, but oh well, it'll work. But as you can see, that is awesome. All the organization stuff is gone. So it looks like some of the stuff did... Oh yeah, the virtual PC actually came with Windows 7. These are all the virtual machines, so... I wonder how we could set that up. So that is so cool. It's even got XP mode. So let's take a look. So we'll this is just like as if you were setting up Windows XP. Yes, let's start the setup. So if you had like Windows 7 Professional, Ultimate, and Enterprise editions, you could run a built-in virtual PC with a Windows XP mode. So that is so cool. I mean, I've actually seen a video on this tool once, but I don't think I've ever seen it get pre-installed by the manufacturer. So that is definitely worth looking at. I can control the brightness in the same fashion as we did with the Inspiron. That is awesome. And look, it even comes with its own internet security tool by Dell. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead and activate the protection, even though it's already insecure. So let's just see what Trend Micro does. So we had all that bloatware. We had Chrome, we had Google Earth, we had all that. I am glad I took a look at all that before I did the reset. But now, I actually want to see if I could install it inside of a virtual machine and just see what ends up happening. So I'm just going to create the recovery media for it anyway. So put in the USB, and it detects it right out of the gate. So that indicates a fully working system. That is awesome. And then we can go to back here to Dell Support Center. And yes, we will authorize it to run for the first time. This is coming up as new volume, which means there's nothing on it. But it is important that I create recovery media for this machine, just in case I ever have to reinstall Windows. So that's cool what you could do with XP mode. Now we're going to create recovery media for this computer. Let's see, XP mode is still setting up. Unsupported software. You can see it no longer supports your version of the software. And I don't think this thing even supports Windows 10 either. Alright, as we did before, we're going to do a USB. And that's XP mode fully installed. That is amazing. USB. Next. This is great. We have Windows XP mode installed inside of this. Yeah, we can run everything we want to on Windows XP. Should come with all the games and stuff. Oh, yes. Of course it comes with my favorite. Comes with my all-time favorite. The pinball game. I'll just let the demo run. Insert with at least 7 gigs. Once you've created, do not remove or add any files to it. Yes. All right, the media has been created. That was fun. Alright, let's go and shut it off here. So we gotta hit Control Alt Delete and then shut down. We want to end this virtual machine. So that's cool that we can do XP mode on Windows 7. So that is amazing how we can do all this. So we have all three of these computers restored back to their original factory image. This is on its original factory installation. This is as close as we can get to the factory installation. This is on its factory installation. However, the one computer, the other two that we still need to do, is the Lenovo and the HP. So those are the other two that we still need to do. However, from what it looks like right now, I think the Latitude can do a better job with streaming capabilities. So I am considering using the Latitude for that reason. And then if that's so, I will update the layout as such. So I'll keep updating the layout as we go. So now here's what I intend to do with these computers. So next time with the Vostro, we're going to be installing updates and other programs that I would like to install on there. For the Inspiron, what we're going to do is we're going to be upgrading it to Windows 10. Yes, we're going to upgrade the machine to Windows 10 using the Windows 10 Update Assistant with the last supported version of the OS. You can see that's the Windows 11 logo. And to get Windows updates working, I actually had to install 2 other patches, both of which require a reboot. But we're going to be shutting them all down as we are done. And we are going to need the Latitude again next time because we are going to be creating recovery media for the Lenovo ThinkPad. And we are going to be using that media to restore it back to the way it was when it was shipped from the factory. And at some point on my Plainfield TV broadcast, I'm going to try and install the factory image from the Vostro and see how it acts on a virtual machine. I mean, the Latitude did great, but I want to see how the Vostro does, maybe. And maybe in future episodes I'll try other OEM installations, and maybe we'll probably do them all on a virtual machine and see how it goes. So now to shut them all down. And there we have it. So that is amazing. Nearly everything has been restored back to the way it was when it was shipped from the factory. I mean, this really took a lot of work to get to where it is now. And so again, next time we're going to get the setup of that finished, install updates and programs and everything like that. And as for the Inspiron, we're going to upgrade it to Windows 10. And then for the Latitude, we're going to use it to create the factory media for the Lenovo ThinkPad. And then we will turn our attention to the HP, and then we will restore it to the way it was when it was shipped from the factory. This is already on the factory image, so it's good to go. This cannot get the factory image on there at all. So that's where we stand right now in the OEM recovery. But yeah, for future episodes, I'll grab other OEMs and see what I can do with them. Maybe see what they're like when we install them on a virtual machine. That'd be fun. So again, that's where we stand. We're nearly done with the factory restoration. And then in a future episode, the Latitude will also be upgraded to Windows 10. And then we will see if I can start a stream, specifically an NWR stream, with this computer, that would be amazing. Because remember, with the HP, we had a tough time doing so. And so what I'll do is I'll just get all the information off of there and move it onto here once I get it upgraded to Windows 10. And I would love to keep it on Windows 7, but if I'm going to use it for regular internet usage, yeah, definitely not a safe choice, because remember, it's no longer supported by Microsoft. So it's best that I upgrade it to Windows 10. As I mentioned, I'm going to leave it on 10 for a few more years, and then I'll upgrade it to a slimmed down release of Windows 11, and then it will remain on that for years to come. So that is it. And so until next time, thank you for watching, and we will see you in the next episode. That's going to be the ghost activation for sure. Oh, the other one's going down too. Well, let's verify that. It's most likely that over there. And nothing coming in this direction either. Oh, again? Oh gosh. Oh, even the other crossing's on too. It's that train. It's probably moving away from Fairview. Yeah, that crossing there already went up. There's the Siemens gate mechanism again.
Train approaching. Train approaching.
Number 1211 Please step behind the yellow line. Please step behind the yellow line.
to cross Warren Avenue at Main Street. Caution, walk time shortened when train approaches. Wait to cross Main Street at Warren Avenue. Caution, walk time shortened when train approaches. Train approaching. Train approaching.
The next bound train approaching your station will not stop. For your safety, please step behind the yellow line.
What? Is that an error? I guess not.
Train approaching your station will not stop. For your safety, please stand behind the yellow line. SF train number 1211 to Aurora is now arriving. Please stand behind the yellow line. BNSF train number 1211 to Aurora is now arriving. Please stand behind the yellow line.
Wait to cross Warren Avenue at Main Street. Caution, walk time shortened when train approaches.
228 to Chicago. Station is now arriving. Please stand behind the yellow line.
All right, here we go. We've reached the end of the week. We start with a 10. Let's do the 8 and the 2. Off the board. Next roll. It's a 7. Let's do the 6 and the 1. Clear those off. On to the next roll. It's a 5. Clear that. Okay, next roll. It's a 9. We're going to clear that number off the board. Next roll, please. It is a 5, which sadly we cannot play. So we're going to try this again. And let's see if we can accomplish our mission this time. So here we go. First roll is a 5. We'll take off the 4 and the 1. Like so. Next roll is a 6, and it's double. Only way we can take it off the board. Next roll coming up, it's a 10. 8 and 2. Next roll, it's a 5. Clear the 5. Next roll is a 5 again, but we get the marker, so we get to go again. And there's a 2. And there is a 6. And another 6. Unfortunately, that ends the game. Well, we did not do it this time, but we're going to come back on Monday and try again. I sure hope we can do it. Until then, we'll see you next time. Alright, welcome to a whole new week. Here we go. Start with a 4. Clear that. Next roll, a 7. We'll clear that too. Next roll is a 6. 5 and 1. We'll delete off the board. Next roll is a 5. 3 and 2 gone. Okay, 6, 8, and 9 naturally are all that's left. There's a 2. There's the 9. Next roll is a 7. And there's the 6. That's 58. Ah, there's the 4. There's the 7. Fortunately, we didn't do it. Well, we're going to try again game number 2. I sure hope we can do it. Alright. First roll up is a 9. Clear that. Okay, next roll is an 8. Clear that. Next roll up is an 11. Now we are going to clear the 5, 4, and 2 from the board. Next roll is a 4. 3 and 1 is the only move we can make. Next one, a 9, and that's the end of that. Well, we did not do it again today, but maybe tomorrow, and I hope you'll be with us then. Until then, we will see you next time. Welcome to Friday. We've made it to the end of the week, and we're going to do 18 as our platter. Hopefully a good one. Here we go. Let's do 19. Eggs and toast, 21. Cigars, 2. Juicy peaches, 10. Salty oysters, 25. Crusty dessert, at 8. The bunny cake. All right. We are ready to see our first offer. Let's see what it is. It's some fresh ginger, but I say no thank you. All right, 14. Philly cheesesteak, 20. Zucchini salad, 4. Here goes the strawberry cake, 16. Puffy fish, and 6. Fresh chicken. All right, let's see what the next offer is. It's a bubble tea, but no. Okay, 22. Banana surprise, 12. Fried rice, 1. Chicken feet, and 23. Spicy meatballs. We're still doing good. We still got that tomato pizza out there on the board. The offer is a custardy bun. And I say no thanks. All right, 9. Cinnamon bun, 11. Intestines, and 3. The tomato pizza. All right, what's the next offer? Some pasta. The same pasta from earlier, 17. Daikon, and 24. There's the mushrooms. All right. Let's see what the offer is. It's a custardy bun. And no thanks to that. 5. Red onions. And it's platter bonus time. All right. Let's see what it is. It's a bun. Yeah, I'll take the custardy bun over the lamb. But what was on the tray, though? Ooh, I could have had the roast lamb, but you know what? we're not about the cash here. We're more about the meals. That's really what the whole point of the game is. So it's not like the actual deal or no deal, but I go more for my favorite meals than just the cash. But yeah. So we'll be back on Monday with another delicious meal, I hope. But we will see you then. Welcome to a new work week here at Chef Andre. Let's get started. Of course, the almighty 26 is what I have to go with. But anyway, let's do 7. Look at that. The cigars, first thing off the board. There's the chicken feet, 5. Frosty dessert, 19. Vomit bun, 21. Eggs and toast, 15. Cinnamon bun. And now we are about to get our first offer. Let's see what it is. It's some lasagna at a discount. Let's do 9. Intestines, 24. Wing stew, 16. There's the roast lamb, 6. Daikon, and 23. Alright. What is the offer going to be? Some pasta. Well, no. Alright, 2. Salty oysters, 10. Spicy meatballs, 14. Juicy peaches, and 25. Fresh garlic. Oh, hey, we actually might have the cake on our tray. But let's see if it happens here. Semifredo. And we're going to say no to that. 8. Red onions, 4. And there's the mushrooms, and 17. There's the fish. Ooh, this is looking good. We still have the tomato pizza on the board. We still have the cheesesteak on the board. We still have that cake on the board. Napoleon Dynamite. Actually, we have both cakes. Now we just lost the strawberry cake. Funny. There's the zucchini salad. So the top amount now is the tomato pizza. And it's some lasagna at a discount once again. 12 is the fried rice. Alright. What is it now? Now it's semifredo. But 13 has the banana surprise. Alright. We're ready to see what the next offer is. It's semifredo once more. And then we'll do 3. There's the fresh chicken. Alright, we're getting close to the end here, so here comes our next offer. Oh, now we're really getting serious. Napoleon Dynamite. Well, I won't be getting that cheesesteak tonight. But you know what? A bunny cake or a tomato pizza, I will take either of them. Either of them I will take. Let's see what's on the tray. Ah, yes. Nice, delicious pizza. So that is a great meal to start off this week. But we'll be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll get it again. Maybe that strawberry cake. Well, you'll have to come then and find out.
Sorry. Starring Blue. I'm yellow. Hey.
Presenting green. Whoa.
I'm red. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Hey. Oh.
Sorry.
You may not always get what you want, but I definitely didn't get what I needed, dude.
You're starting to bore me, Green. Troops, I'll forge ahead. You cover the rear.
All right already, Red.
Round and round he goes.
Red, you always say that. And she's off.
Here's yellow.
I'm calling, but nobody's answering the phone, brah.
All right already, Green. Oh, that's a technical knockout. Sorry.
You're mean.
This will do nicely.
Blue, if luck were brains, you'd be a lot smarter.
Who says a step back is a hindrance?
You may not always get what you want, but I definitely didn't get what I needed, dude.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win. I could get used to this.
That's quite enough out of you, Red.
Oh, sure. Kick a man while he's down.
Love means never having to say you're sorry.
Hey, I'm fine just the way I am, bro.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here. Whoa! What a rush!
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
I'm in the time of my life when safety is crucial.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Hey, remember me? That guy that used to be playing?
Oh, Green, you're always talking. Baby steppies.
Could a dame get a break?
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real.
You look just like someone I know.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here. Later, hoss.
Enough, Green.
Yeah, lucky draw, brah.
Bumping is such sweet sorrow.
Yo, excuse me for sucking air, dude.
I'll start setting up for the victory party.
You go, girl.
On your mark, get set, go!
Red, you always say that.
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
Disappointment builds character. You three must know that.
At least put on your hazard lights. Every cloud has a silver lining.
I'm gaining on you.
Now I know how a kept woman must feel.
So sorry. Hope you won't hold it against me.
Oh, sure. Kick a man while he's down.
Now, this is the way to get
Oh, Green, you're always talking.
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
Aboard! Bumping is such sweet sorrow.
Revenge is gauche.
Well, things look pretty cool from up here.
All this, and I get to draw again. Endurance is the key.
All right, I'll come back out, but only for a sec. Give me some space, amigos. I like to eat crow alone.
Boy, I'm caught in a pickle.
All right already, Red.
This can only help me get what I want.
Anyone familiar with the word comeback? Aboard!
Yellow, you always say that. You know, this is good. A time to reflect.
I'm not missing anything by passing you up. What's a lady like me doing in a place like this?
Enough, Blue.
I guess that's why they call it sorry.
Neither a slider nor a bumper bee.
Okay, this has been fun. I'm ready for other fun now.
Oh, well, you win some, you lose some. Let's get ready to rumble.
That's quite enough out of you, Red.
Baby steppies.
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
Are you proud of yourself?
Karma says it'll come back to me later in the game. Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
And that's quite enough out of you, Red. Now I'm back in my element.
Foiled by my own kind. Now that's drama. I like to take my time.
Enough, Yellow.
And they're coming around the bend.
Almost home already?
You go, girl.
That's thinking, Lincoln.
Show me the mean, show me the green, show me the ones who beat all the teams.
So sorry. Hope you won't hold it against me.
When you least expect it, that's when I'll strike.
Excellent. Sometimes a couple of steps is better than a couple of miles.
So many squares, so little time. For you.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
It has never taken me long to go far.
Aboard!
Mom and Dad always said I'm a backslider, but hey, look at me now.
You always say that, Green. I can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
And that's quite enough out of you, Red. Give me a hand, dear. I'll be moving along now.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Mix 'em up this time, huh? Sorry, bucko. You're on the road to Loserville.
Revenge is sweet, if you can get it.
You're a real thrill seeker, aren't you?
Waiting for a cab. This is not the deck I ordered.
Safety first.
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real.
Coming through. Beep, beep, beep.
All right already, Green.
Woohoo! Just like Alice through the rabbit hole.
Green, you always say that.
Ball carrier number 13. On the tackle number 45.
Lucy, I'm home.
You're such a lucky dude, Red.
Aboard!
Yellow, you always say that.
All right, now you're gonna know what it is to cower in fear.
Not a problem.
Watch this neat little trick.
Green gets all the good moves. Why me? Why me? Why me?
Red, you always say that. Disappointment builds character. You three must know that.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Bump!
How come it's always the even numbers that are out to get you?
Enough, Green.
Mom and Dad always said I'm a backslider, but hey, look at me now.
Holding. Forfeit of turn.
I'll give an inch before I take a mile. The glass is half full now.
Yo, check out the flying mama.
Slide, slide, slippity slide.
Yellow, you always say that. Hey everyone, sure it's cool here in the shade.
Enough, Green. Give me a break.
Oh, do be quiet. I've never been so insulted in all my life.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Yeah, lucky draw, brah.
One down, 3 to go.
Yellow gets all the righteous moves, dude. Sliding into the sweet smell of success, dude.
Why me? Why me? Why me?
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
I'll get there in my own time, thank you. Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Yahoo! Whee!
Hey, how about a hand here?
Red, you always say that.
I like to take my time. I want to bump your palm.
Whew, I'm gonna need some medical attention, dude.
I hope you enjoyed that.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Holding. Forfeit of turn.
Enough, Red!
I like to maintain a high deck standard, and by the looks of it, we are not going with a full deck.
I guess that's why they call it sorry.
Neither a slider nor a bumper bee.
Hurry home, guys! It'll get lonely in here.
You always say that, Green. Hey, how about a hand here?
Hey, remember me? That guy that used to be playing?
And they're off!
This bites, dude. Man, just when I thought I was sitting on top of the world.
You're starting to bore me, Green.
Disappointment builds character. You three must know that.
Number 2, getting rude, dude.
Boy, I'm caught in a pickle.
It would be dull if I always got what I wanted.
Did I hurt small animals in a previous life, or do I just have bad luck?
I could really use some help here.
It's so hard to find good help these days.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Slide, dude, slide! Making me dust, my man! Well, no one ever said it would be easy.
Why me? Why me? Why me?
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
Nothing can stop me now.
I'll get there in my own time, thank you.
Enough is enough, Yellow.
I am gonna finish the game, right?
Oh, Green, you're always talking.
Look over your shoulder once and see me pass by.
Ice to dump, dudes.
I wasn't that far along anyway. Oh, darn.
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
We blue bloods should stick together.
All right already, Blue.
I'm getting nowhere here.
Here's yellow.
Cool. Good warm-up move. You ready to play now?
Enough green. Fine shooting, Tex.
Red, you always say that. Man, you barely had time to read that. Make way for the Big 12 Bandito.
Hey, let's not invite green next time.
Woohoo! Listen to the sound of butt hitting beach. Yo, excuse me for sucking air, dude.
I told you to watch your step. And they're coming around the bend.
Red, you always say that.
Whoosh! That was close.
You're such a lucky pawn, Yellow.
Wave your surfboard in the air. Show them all that you don't care. Go green!
Together, together, we are the mighty red team. Together, together, we are the mighty red team.
Red, you always say that.
Say, old playmate, won't you come slide with me? I know a shortcut.
You go, girl.
Okay, you have been smiled upon by the great sorry. Don't blow it.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Enough, Yellow. If I really got what I wanted, I'd be happy. Who needs that, dude?
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up. Aha. We're on the home stretch.
Whoa! That's slippery.
Sup, brah? Dude, now I know why sailors call sitting still in irons.
Boy, I'd like to use that.
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
Thank you for rolling out the carpet for me.
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real.
Charge!
Hey, remember me? That guy that used to be playing?
Oh, Green, you're always talking. Super duper.
Third time's a charm.
Give me a Y, give me an E, give me a double L, O, give me a W. What do you got? You got go yellow.
Oh, do be quiet.
If I really got what I wanted, I'd be happy. Who needs that, dude?
Aha! We're on the home stretch.
Red, you always say that. Endurance is the key.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
So sorry. Hope you won't hold it against me.
Behold, the silent scream.
Okay, this has been fun. I'm ready for other fun now.
You're starting to bore me, Green. You can't get me now!
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
I've never been so insulted in all my life.
You're starting to bore me, Blue.
Aboard!
Yeah, you always say that. Hey, remember me? That guy that used to be playing?
Well, here's another fine mess you've gotten us in. It reminds me of my homeland.
Enough is enough, Yellow.
I'm calling, but nobody's answering the phone, brah.
Aw, man, that just bites.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
I believe in the power of love.
That's quite enough out of you, Yellow.
You know, this is good. A time to reflect.
You always say that, Green. Third time's the charm.
Oh, Red, you're always bragging.
Right into the safety zone.
All things come to those who wait. My moves may be small, but they'll add up to a big blue victory.
The march of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Yellow, you always say that.
The best thing about this game is the love.
Dude, now I know why sailors call sitting still in irons.
Green, you always say that.
And they're coming around the bend.
Time to cover some ground.
Blue, you always say that.
It has never taken me long to go far.
Man, you barely had time to read that. So that's what it's like to get left in the dust.
All right already, Green.
You look just like someone I know. You can't touch this. That's my life story. Too little, too late.
Get ready for one lean, green fighting machine. Ow!
Green, you always say that.
You didn't actually want to go home, did you, dude?
You boys are always in such a rush.
Hey, that's exactly what I don't need.
Oh, so close.
Maybe not this round, maybe not the next, but soon and for the rest of the game.
Yellow, you always say that.
That's what I call the shellfish shuffle.
Enough, Green. It's good to be the king.
You don't scare me much. Yeah, lucky draw, brah.
See ya at home, Roomy. Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
That's quite enough out of you, Yellow.
Now, don't take this personal, dude. Woohoo! Listen to the sound of butt hitting beach.
One small step for red.
This is not the deck I ordered.
All right already, Blue.
Maybe next time.
Oh, do be quiet.
Hop, green, hop. No stop until the top. Hop, green, hop. No stop until the top.
All right already, Green. That didn't help me one bit.
Could a dame get a break?
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Oh well, tomorrow's another day.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here. Sly-deliciously sensational.
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up. That's okay. I'll make it anyway.
Just call me Twinkletoes.
Somebody up there doesn't like me.
Cool. Good warm-up move. You ready to play now?
Little baby steppies.
Enough, Red.
then, well, you know.
Red, you always say that. Crystal blue persuasion. Whee! I feel like a schoolgirl.
Well, that was helpful.
Yellow, you always say that.
I did something like this one time on my skateboard, dude. Really cracked my head open.
As the saying goes, once bumped, twice shy.
You would have done the same thing if you were me.
I am gonna finish the game, right? Cool. I think I've learned what I can from this moment.
Green, you always say that.
Excellent. Sometimes a couple of steps is better than a couple of miles. Sliding into the sweet smell of success, dude.
You're starting to bore me, Green.
This is not the deck I ordered.
Big things come in small packages, you know.
You want me, but you can't have me.
Why do I keep doing that?
Don't worry. I'll be back for the rest of you.
Aboard!
That didn't help me one bit.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
All those years of ballet have finally paid off.
Slide, dude, slide. Making me dust, my man. Incoming! Speed demon bear down at 6 o'clock. Woo! Woohoo! Just like Alice through the rabbit hole.
Green, you always say that.
There's always next time.
Loses a red, wins a blue. Trust me once and I will bump you.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real.
Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Yahoo!
Oh, so close.
Red, you always say that. I do hate regressive behavior.
I'm calling, but nobody's answering the phone, brah.
You're starting to bore me, Green.
Lady in blue. Fellas are crazy about Lady in blue. Say, old playmate, won't you come slide with me?
I like to take my time.
Oh, Yellow, you're always talking.
Mom and Dad always said I'm a backslider, but Hey, look at me now.
All things come to those who wait.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Aboard!
All right already, Yellow. All right, I'll come back out, but only for a sec.
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up!
Give me some space, amigos. I like to eat crow alone.
They're coming around the bend.
Red, you always say that.
Oh, well, you win some, you lose some.
Good things come in small packages.
I don't need to win dirty.
This is the first step of the rest of the game. Wow, deep.
Aha! We're on the home stretch.
I meant to do that.
Yellow, you always say that. You boys are always in such a rush.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
All hands on deck. It's time to recharge.
You always say that, Blue.
This can only help me get what I want.
So that's what it's like to get left in the dust.
That's okay. I'll make it anyway.
All right already, Red.
Bus is leaving. It has never taken me long to go far.
I'm calling, but nobody's answering the phone, brah.
Right into the safety zone.
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
I'm getting great mileage out of this card.
Slide, slide, slippity slide. Big things come in small packages, you know.
All right already, Yellow. Bored, 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 bored. I'm bored.
You always say that, Green. Why do I keep doing that?
Red, you always say that. A few steps closer to destroying you all.
All right already, Blue.
Well, that's good for someone.
Enough, Yellow. If I really got what I wanted, I'd be happy. Who needs that, dude?
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up!
That's all right. I'll make it anyway.
Ma, I'm home.
Hey, I'm fine just the way I am, bro.
And the winner is
Thank you. You like me. You really like me.
Sorry.
Starring Blue.
I'm yellow. Hey,
Presenting green.
I'm red!
Sorry.
Sorry. Hey.
sorry.
Oh, man. No way. No way.
Holding. Forfeit of turn.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
I guess I'll have to wait.
Yellow, you always say that.
Oh, held back by the defense.
Red, you always say that.
Here's yellow.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Dude, now I know why sailors call sitting still in irons. Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude.
Move it or lose it.
Smashing. Darling, you don't mind too much, do you?
Slide, slide, slippity slide.
Enough, yellow. This is not a public beach.
Are you proud of yourself?
I may not start quick, but I finish fast.
And that's quite enough out of you, Red. Endurance is the key.
Wave your surfboard in the air. Show them all that you don't care. Go green.
Green, you always say that.
Last one out, first one in.
Enough is enough, Red. You can't hurt me now, boys.
Enough, Blue.
That's helpful.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Okay, Speedy, just watch it.
Red, you always say that. One, two, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, what a bore.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Yellow, you always say that.
Bye-bye.
Slide, dude, slide. Making me dust, my man. Woo! Look who's sorry now.
I may not start quick, but I finish fast.
I'm spinning my wheels here.
I'll get there in my own time, thank you.
Shh! Hear that? That's the smell of victory.
I never sweat a minor setback.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Here's Yellow! Aboard! I like to savor a bump. How about yourself?
Heinous, dude. What's your deal? Warm sand just ahead.
Enough green. Excuse me, could you guys move? Baby steppies. And they're coming around the bend.
Wow! I even impressed myself on that one.
Man, just when I thought I was sitting on top of the world.
It's a grand slam!
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
A few steps closer to destroying you all.
Boy, that's lucky, huh?
You'll pay for that! I can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
Just call me Twinkle Toes.
Enough, Blue.
Big things come in small packages, you know.
Okay, this has been fun. I'm ready for other fun now.
Oh, held back by the defense.
If I really got what I wanted, I'd be happy. Who needs that, dude?
Okay, Speedy, just watch it.
You'll be hearing from my lawyer.
I'm getting great mileage out of this card.
Pardon me, but I need this.
Oh, Yellow, you're always talking.
That's not good.
Enough is enough, Yellow.
I like to take my time.
I'm calling, but nobody's answering the phone, brah.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here. Ha ha! the card I've been waiting for. Sorry, bucko. You're on the road to Loserville.
Where were you when I needed you?
Blue, you always say that.
I'm getting nowhere here.
You're a real thrill seeker, aren't you?
Reminds me of the time I drove my car in the Indy 500.
Enough is enough, Red. Where were you when I needed you? I'm getting nowhere here.
Whee!
Oh, that's a technical knockout. Sorry.
I hope you enjoyed that.
Now I'm back in my element. Time to get out my keys.
Big things come in small packages, you know.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here. All right, I'll come back out. Bit early for a set. Give me some space, amigos. I like to eat crow alone.
Oh, Green, you're always talking. You're starting to bore me, Blue.
Yeah, lucky draw, brah.
Out of my way! Coming through, people!
Oh, Yellow, you're always talking.
All right, now we see some action.
Enough, Green. On your mark, get set, go!
Time to cover some ground. It has never taken me long to go far.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
That's quite enough out of you, Yellow.
Cool. Good warm-up move. You ready to play now?
Oh, Green, you're always talking. Finally, I thought I'd never get here.
Enough, Red.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
You try this and yours. Revenge is gauche.
Serves you right, pal.
Sorry, brah. Nothing like a mouthful of sand.
I wasn't that far along anyway.
love means never having to say you're sorry.
Yo, excuse me for sucking air, dude.
Aboard!
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Bumping is such sweet sorrow.
You'd better have a darn good reason for being here.
Mix 'em up this time, huh?
That's quite enough out of you, Red.
Change your mind, bud.
Bus is leaving.
Blue, you always say that. Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real. I'm out of here. I'm just practicing some good juju, dude.
All right already, Green. I would really like something I could use.
Oh, do be quiet. Quick, hit the lights.
Why does Blue get all the good moves?
Mellow.
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up! Holding. Forfeit of turn.
Enough, Red.
I feel like a schoolgirl.
All right already, Blue.
Here's yellow!
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Okay, I believe the definition of move is go.
Hey, how about a hand here?
All right already, Red.
Thank you for rolling out the carpet for me.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Passing on the right.
Enough, Yellow.
Bump!
Don't worry. I'll be back for the rest of you.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Well, things look pretty cool from up here.
All right already, Green.
I know a shortcut.
Blue, you always say that.
Almost home already?
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real. Just a dot on the horizon, dude. Out of the gate and into the race.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
See ya, I wanna be ya.
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up! I may not start quick, but I finish fast.
Red, you always say that.
I guess I'll have to spare the lot of you this time.
That's thinking, Lincoln.
Oh, do be quiet.
Wow. It was like it came to me in a vision.
Enough, Green. I'll just sit here and watch you guys go down.
All things come to those who wait.
So sorry. Hope you won't hold it against me.
Behold, the silent scream.
You didn't actually want to go alone, did you, dude?
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up!
Sorry, brah. Nothing like a mouthful of sand.
Why me? Why me? Why me?
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
The big luau is just over the hill. Hang loose, my friend.
Give me a break.
It's so hard to find good help these days.
Yeah, lucky draw, brah. All right, now we see some action. I'm out of here.
Enough, Green.
Watch this neat little trick.
You always say that, Green.
I'm gonna make you wait, dude. And just when you least expect, wipe out.
I'd say sorry, but I was told not to lie.
Disappointment builds character. You three must know that.
All right already, Blue.
Here's yellow.
Make way for the Big 12 Bandito.
Oh, Green, you're always talking. On your mark, get set, go!
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
It's so hard to find good help these days.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real.
Whee!
Enough is enough, Yellow.
Dude, my butt's warm after that.
Enough, Green. Round and round he goes.
Nothing can stop me now.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Good things come in small packages.
You're starting to bore me, Blue.
Revenge is sweet, if you can get it.
Bumping is such sweet sorrow.
Baby steppies.
All right already, Red.
Little Schmiddle, I'm still gonna win.
Hey, good looking. I'll be back to pick you up later. I won't be alone for long.
Blue gets all the good moves.
Abort!
Getting bumped is like getting sand in your shorts. Show me the mean, show me the green, show me the ones who beat all the teams.
You always say that, Green. And they're coming around the bend.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
I'll give an inch before I take a mile.
You always say that, Blue.
Whoa! That's slippery.
Oh, Yellow, you're always yapping. Double bump your way up front and show 'em who runs the show.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
So what do we do? Just sit here for the rest of the game?
Holding. Forfeit of turn.
I'll remember that.
Homeward bound and feeling great.
Yellow a go go dig daddy-o. Yellow a go go dig daddy-o.
Sorry, man. But not as sorry as you did.
When you least expect it, that's when I'll strike.
Hey, how about a hand here?
And she's off. Being a blue blood has its privileges.
Sometimes you need to take a step back to take a step forward.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here. Warm sand just ahead.
All those years of ballet have finally paid off.
Oh, Blue, you're always talking.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Yellow, you always say that.
If I really got what I wanted, I'd be happy. Who needs that, dude?
Enough, Green. I would really like something I could use.
Never hurt anyone. Sugar and spice. It's twice as nice. Now I'm back in my element.
I see a bump in your future.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here. Bored, 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 bored. I'm bored.
Hey, how about a hand here?
Red, you always say that.
Luck, be a lady tonight.
Oh, Yellow, you're always yapping. Dude, now I know why sailors call sitting still in irons.
Green, you always say that. This would be a great mess for us.
Aboard!
Yellow, you always say that.
Just 'cause you got the Big 12, don't get a big head, brah.
On your mark, get set, go!
I hope you enjoyed that.
It's not you, it's me.
Just try and get me now.
It had to be you, one of my own, didn't it?
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Baby steppies. Don't panic!
Officer, arrest those colors. They are harassing me. All things come to those who wait.
Blue, you always say that. Yeah, lucky draw, brah. Hey, remember me? That guy that used to be playing?
Hey, Green, do me a favor. Shut up! Coming around the bend.
Bus is leaving.
Here's Yellow.
Enough, Yellow. Okay, this has been fun. I'm ready for other fun now.
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here. It's a slider. You're out.
Shall we dance?
Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Hooray for yellow! Yahoo!
Man, just when I thought I was sitting on top of the world.
You always say that, Green. Start your engines.
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude. Go west, young dude. Go west.
They don't know I'm here.
That was too close for comfort.
Dude, if you pick another card like that, I'll have to start playing for real.
Dead man walking.
Red is where the winners play. Blue is where the losers stay. Yeah.
Do you realize who you just bumped?
You're lucky I'm patient.
Enough is enough, Yellow.
Where'd they going? Was it something I did? Like kicking some butt?
Watch it, or I'll bench you permanently.
Wave your surfboard in the air. Show them all that you don't care. Go green.
Give me a break.
Red, you always say that.
That's not fair.
Get ready for one lean green fighting machine. Ow!
And they're off.
Oh, Red, you're always talking. That's what I call the shellfish shuffle.
See you later, alligator. The Miracle Mile.
I do hate regressive behavior.
You're starting to bore me, Blue.
Home, home on the maze.
Oh, Yellow, you're always yapping. Hello, shuffle today.
Super duper.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Bravo! Bravissimo!
Blue, you always say that.
It is not the end. It is not the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning.
Oh, Yellow, you're always talking.
Foiled by my own kind. Now that's drama.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
You gotta take 'em one space at a time.
I am gonna finish the game, right?
Keep it down, will you? People are trying to concentrate here.
Hop, green, hop, no stop until the top. Hop, green, hop, no stop until the top.
And they're coming around the bend.
That's quite enough out of you, Red.
Hey, look at me.
We blue bloods should stick together. Nothing but blue skies ahead.
Wow! I even impressed myself on that one.
Yellow, you always say that.
I must be practicing some good juju, dude.
One small step for Red.
Keep it down, will ya? People are trying to concentrate here.
Give me a Y, give me an E, give me a double L, O, give me a W. What do you got? You got go!
Double bump your way up front and show 'em who runs the show.
Why me? Why me? Why me?
Enough is enough, Red.
Man, you barely had time to read that.
Well, that figures. It didn't happen to me.
Nothing like pawns on parade.
Oh, held back by the defense.
Red, you always say that. That's the sort of move that separates the blue bloods from the rest of the colors.
I guess that's why they call it sorry.
Blue skies ahead, dude. Don't forget to use your head, dude. Slide, dude, slide. Making me dust, my man.
It's good to be the king.
Oh, Red, you're always talking.
I know a shortcut.
Beginner's luck, Blue.
Almost home already?
I must be practicing some good juju, dude.
You're starting to bore me, Green. Boy, it sure was tough without you out there.
Enough is enough, Red. Third time's a charm.
All right already, Blue.
Safety first.
Enough is enough, Yellow.
Aboard! Oh, we got trouble right here in Sorry City.
Harsh.
You always say that, Green.
That's all right. I'll make it anyway.
You always say that, Blue.
Passing on the right. Every cloud has a silver lining.
Excellent. Sometimes a couple of steps is better than a couple of miles.
Long live the Queen! 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 This isn't really necessary. Oh, but I do deserve it. Long live
I was about to go too far into inauguration.
In the desert. VLC Media Player window.
This whole thing is all before Jeopardy. Where I no, and then this is where I started over and included headers. There we go. Okay, that should be the last one. Well, almost.
A Dolphin. VLC Media Player window.
My goodness. Okay. That's done and over with. And now, oh, hey, didn't see you there. I'm glad you're here. Because it's Minecraft night in America. Yeah, I tried to do it the best I could. And we are going to start that Minecraft night in America in just a little bit. But before that happens, we got to do the Wordle for today. So, oh yeah, and then we got to talk about what happened. And we got to talk about what went on today. Tizzy for the word. Just the wrong pairs of letters. So, there we go. Alright, like I said, we're going to get Minecraft started here in just a moment. Just a little bit here. Now, I hope you're all having a good Monday, like I said. And we will be starting Minecraft here, as I said, momentarily. But before we do that, alright.
Severe thunderstorm warning from WPLE-IP. VLC Media Player window.
Alright. Now, we're caught up after all those quick trims. Now, I'm sure you all would like to know what happened so far throughout the day today. So, I told you all about this morning, where there actually was not too much, that happened, Well, actually, after we left, I was actually just about to begin winding down, operations, and if I go to, not here, but up here, here's the man who saw it right as I was about to close the program, right when I did press the button, and then right as I hit the switch to quit, that's what he started. But of course, I got back to him immediately. I told him that I would. We did talk for a little bit, before I had to go to bed. So, A good thing I told him, told him that. I told him that. Yeah, thankfully I did. So, let's see. So yeah, that was last night. This morning, the catch-up game, there was not too much to take care of, so, I mean, the catch-up game went pretty smoothly. Yeah, it didn't take us that long to get through it at all, which was pretty nice, though. Yeah, it was pretty nice, though, that it did take us take me too long to, play catch-up this morning. Well, as we got to Downers Grove and missed the express, I was not fast enough when we got to the school. I was not fast enough, but I did make it to downtown in time for the ghost activation thing from the express, and then it was after that. Then I was able to see the other two metros before actually starting work. Well, I can tell you nothing really too much happened in terms of that today. Nothing really too much happened. All it was just preparing some more Chromebooks and then setting up, getting the third grade devices ready. And that was really all we did, because then after I came back from lunch, well, that was it. That was really everything. So, of course, I had a lot of time to kill in downtown. I had a lot of time to kill in downtown and Downers Grove. There was, of course, a manifest waiting for me, and a Metro pulled in not too long after, so, yeah, an outbound, so I got in position and got it right when it showed up. The crossing actually activated twice, but I thought that'd be perfect timing to do the thing I was thinking of last week, doing the gate mechanism all the way down to the bottom. So that was fun. That was fun to try. So yeah, that was actually quite fun to try, to be honest with you all. And I talked about how I made my micro super powerful, and I was surprised there was actually a lot of people. There were actually a few that were actually up to watch our live coverage, our live Growfan adventure this morning. I'm surprised there were a few of them watching. Newcastle WX was watching. I heard Gage was even up early watching too, so I suppose he might have been made aware of it as early as I could think. So, yeah, I'm sure he was made aware of it, and of course tuned in on time. So, now of course, I answered all your questions about, the whole railroad, signals, everything like that. I answered all your questions. Yeah, got all your questions answered. Well, that was in the first street this morning. Then the second time around, there actually wasn't really too much. Like, there was like a really long wait period before another train would come, which is to be expected. However, the very last trains that I got when I was there, outbound Metro 1260 was running 15 minutes behind schedule because of switch issues. Because of switch issues. That met with a BNSF coal heading to Aurora, I'm assuming continuing on the Mendota subdivision. There was no DPU at the end, but I did try to capture it as I was working my way to the school. But not too long after, an intermodal showed up. I actually caught that one. I actually caught that train, well, nearly in its entirety, though. Because we were on our way back here home. So, yeah, we did get through on time, and of course, just like in one of the very first episodes, we raced it. Well, this time it wasn't the train that won, it was us, because by the time the DPUs were visible, we were already passing underneath, and it was actually meeting a manifest too that was waiting for signal clearance. So I got to see a double train meet 2 train meets, I mean. A Metro and a BNSF, and then 2 BNSFs. How impressive is that? But too bad I could have stayed. Too bad I didn't get a chance to stay longer. Well, that was because I went back to the school not only to get my ride home, but also to drop off the Inspiron 5520 that I've been talking about. How terrible that had been performing with WPLD and everything like that. So that PC has now been officially retired as of today. It is now no longer in my possession and now belongs in the recycle pile, as now I have a much powerful PC. But now the only problem is, how are we going to do the whole display thing? I'll try it on the TV, and if not, then maybe I'll just hook it up to the Ethernet, then just set the wireless connection up remotely from Google Remote Desktop, and then I can move the PC over to the TV and plug it in there. I could do that. Not sure if it'd be a good or a bad thing though, but I guess we'll give it a try and see. I guess we'll try it and see what happens. But that's going to be a long ways away from now, so. But when that time does come, we'll give it a try. We'll give it a shot. So that was everything, and of course I did make it back in time for Jeopardy, and of course I had all the time I could to play catch up. Yeah, with all of these products and things like that. So, now that we talked about everything that happened while I was at work today, now let's talk about our Minecraft thing. So, as many of you all know, as I've said, this is our last show before the trip, as we will not be doing Minecraft next week, alongside all of our other programming. So here's what the plan is this week. So the plan this week is to put up the signage for each and every exit on this newly created interstate, and this will sort of set the foundation. And this will set the foundation up for the rest of the project. So we're going to begin by marking down the signage of this section of Interstate 3. And of course, we're going to do that before we build any other expressways. So we'll see how much of the signage we can do, today, and depending on how much we get done, we may be able to get a head start on another freeway. We could get a head start on another expressway if we feel like doing so. But if we can't, then oh well. And I was thinking further through my interstate. I believe I have an interstate naming scheme somewhere. I don't know why that was 5 minutes behind. But okay. So, I have a folder with all those interstate signs. Yeah, it's every single one. Well, these are the ones that actually exist. Well, these are actually interstates that exist. So let's look through this list and decide what interstate I'd like to name this one. I want to go by an interstate number that does not exist in the U.S. interstate system. So I-98 is already in use, 92 is already in use, 89 I should probably change that out with something else. '67 is already in use. 63 is not in use yet. We could do I-63, or we could do I-53 or I-52. I don't think I-42 is even a thing. Actually, I think it is. I-38, 32, maybe I-32. Yeah, I think we should do I-32, so... Or I-28. Or maybe we could bring back I-28. Nah. I mean, that number has already been retired from the system. So, we're gonna do... So we're gonna go ahead and do interstate. Let's do I-32. Now you gotta remember which direction this goes. So I gotta remember which direction goes east and which one goes west. So I'm gonna put a sign down here so that way I can remember myself which interstate this is going to be. Now we just need to come up with some names for some of the other roads. A lot of the names have already been marked down, so we're just going to change the exit numbers on those signs. Well, some of the other signs. So really then that's about everything else that we have to do then at this point. So and one more thing. WBAP went this morning. I just saw WLS test, so the FM one. Alright. Now, let's let the construction commence. Okay. Let me make sure that that I'm still audible. Yes, I am. That's good. Okay. Now let's do a quick little update. Uh-oh. Oh boy, there goes the secondary. Oh boy, there goes the secondary. Let's reboot it. There we go, fixed it. Alright, now for a quick little update on the construction. So we are making great progress. In fact, we're almost at the end of marking down all the roads. Once we have everything down, I'm going to actually write down a list of every single exit on this expressway, and I will be basing off that list when we build the expressways that are yet to come. So that's what we're going to do. The Quiz with Balls actually begins here in Chicago in about an hour and 15 minutes. So we just had dinner too, so that's better. Now, let's get back to work. Alright, as inauguration is just about done, I'm kind of timing it out with the start of the quiz with balls. So, here's what we got going on now. So, now that we have the signs written down, now we're going to finish up building the bridges on both sides of, of the interstate. We're going to build for the other expressway. This is one of the other things that we still have to do. Before we can proceed with anything else. Well, we can still proceed with the freeways, but we're going to build the interchanges as we, go, so. Then if we need to make any modifications, we will make modifications. So it looks like that process will take us through the fall. Yeah, we still have a long way to go on this. All right, we're going to stop at the interchange right there because it's time for the quiz with balls. All right. Now it's time to do another update before we continue on here, now that we're in the final hour of our show. Man, what an amazing Quiz with Balls episode that was. That was amazing. That was pretty amazing, wasn't it? So, they had promoted the Bad Guys 2 movie, the sequel, the next film in the Bad Guys franchise by DreamWorks Animation. That's going to be in theaters August 1st, which will be during my trip. I think I heard my mother wanted to go see it because of how good some of the scenes were that they showed throughout the course of the game. Well, they actually did this in sort of a style to 25 words or less in the Solitaire Grand Harvest words, kind of like that. Except one of the 4 categories would be a Bad Guys 2 question, where they would first show like a little scene from the film, and then a question that's not entirely, well, that's sort of related to the scene, but in reality. And then they would have one of the characters from the film do the Q4J to release the balls and send them down the chute. Wow. I mean, that I think is quite impressive. Because I don't think I've ever seen the Quiz with Balls do a theme show, which is honestly quite amazing. So, they must have really paid the big bucks to get all that Bad Guys 2 IP in the episodes, so pretty amazing. Yeah. So anyway, now that we're in the final hour, here's what we got going on. We finally reached our interstate in question, the first interstate we were doing all the signage for earlier. Now, we are going to build more bridges with the time that's left. I think we're going to go till about 10:15 because of, I don't think there's been too much today, but let me just scroll it through and see. Oh yeah, there actually has not been too much, so we'll go till about 10:15. I may or may not regret that decision, but we'll see. Alright, let's get back to work. All right then. So as we are coming up here on the end, I know we have about 30 seconds left, but I said we could possibly extend this for a little bit longer. In fact, that is exactly what we're going to do here, because we are actually nearing the very end of building all of these interchanges and overpasses. Well, actually, all we just need to do is bridge the connections. That's really the only other thing we have to take care of. That's really the only other thing we gotta do, and then that's it. Then after that point, that's it. That's all that we have to get done right then and there. So we'll keep it going until we get to that point, and then when we get to that point, we'll then build all the overpasses. You know, we'll just put down the piers. We'll bridge each of the connections, and then we will call it a day with this game. Then we will play catch up with all of these things immediately afterwards, and then that will be it. So I know we're gonna go on a little bit longer, so I know we're gonna go on a little bit longer here, but again, I want to allow myself enough time to catch up with all these products here. Again, how frequent are these ads now? I don't know. Or maybe I was actually just thinking of something. Of course, you wanted to start a call with me. Well, actually, I still have that old microphone. I can probably just plug it into the office device. There. Where's it at? Where did that little son of a bitch go? We got rid of it. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is. Dug up in my closet. I can just use the adapter and plug it into the microphone instead. Make it take advantage of its microphone jack. So I know it's not going to be the best quality in the world, but I know it's not going to be the best quality in the world, but if the Lembi wants to talk with us and we're going to do the catch-up game, and if we're going to do the catch-up game afterwards, then we're going to do it on the only other PC that I have running at the moment. Now, has this thing even detected the microphone? Because I heard the sound. Let's see, voice and video. It looks like it has found it. Output volume. Why don't we turn that up to 100? Alright, do we have anything? Yes, I am seeing. Okay, so it looks like the microphone has been detected and it is doing its stuff instantly. I'll just switch the I'll switch the microphone back afterwards. So, yeah, since this is the last week we have before the trip, And since we're nearing the end of this, we're just going to go ahead and go all the way. So when we're finished here, when we're all finished here with this game, we'll call the Lembine back, and then we'll start the catch-up game immediately after. Of course, I didn't see or hear the call notifications because I turned notification sounds off on the micro. So that way, if he ends up doing so while we're away from home, then the sound from it won't scare the living daylights out of me when I'm trying to watch a show on that PC. It'll only be heard on my other PCs, so. So, I know the Lembine wants to. Well, actually, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. I'm actually gonna shut my mouth and not say another word till we're done. So at least a good thing, a use for my old microphone. Finally being put back to some kind of use after Alright, I'm not going to let inauguration run for too much longer. I actually should probably make the updates on my other one too, and just get this set up for tomorrow. So then after 10 a.m., then I can just take everything over. So as we are nearing the end of putting up the So as we're nearing the end of putting up the bridge spans, then I guess at this point that's going to do it. So now the question is, what is in the plan for, well, 2 weeks from now, when we do this again in 2 weeks? So the next phase of this is actually not to pave this road, because we have yet to complete the bridges that are going to link this highway. So what we can do is do the same thing on the other side that we're doing to this side. We're gonna build the bridges on both sides of the roadway. Well, not both directions. I'm talking about both sides of the whole map. That's what I'm talking about. So we're gonna build new connections on both sides of the map, and from there we'll see how much we can get done of that, because we were able to go from that one side up to the end today. So this is like the completion, sort of Interstate 2. This is 132, I believe we're doing. So yeah, the only other thing left now to do is Interstate 182 and 132. I mean 132, and then we need to go ahead and put down the. Then we need to get the other freeways constructed, and we need to build the bridges for these two. So I probably want to get both of these freeways opened first before I go on with the vertical expressway. So I think doing those two expressways would be our best bet. But in addition, I will need to get down an exit list too of both of these interstates, and that will be one of our plans in 2 weeks. Or maybe if I have time, when I'm at the, when we're, winding down for the night at the hotel, then maybe I could do that. Maybe I could do it earlier. Just take down a list of those routes, so then we'll have a good idea as to what else we need to get done. What else is left in terms of the bridge construction. I thought this would be, now that he decided to start a call with me just before 10 o'clock, I thought this would be a perfect time to test out the call functionality of Discord on this powerful PC. All right, we've made it to the end, so I'll go ahead and teleport my thing back to the house and disconnect the server. Alrighty, and now let's get set up over here. Where's the yeah, that's right. I closed the Discord window earlier so nothing would disrupt. And then we are going to begin at the very top. We started at, I got 404. Did I get 410? Because I think we went up to Cherry, Nebraska before we stopped. Yeah, so from Choctawhatchee Bay, that's where we're going to continue. That's where we are going to continue from. So that one is better. All right, so that's where we'll begin. So let me go ahead and connect this iPad to the computer, and then I will start the call and the catch-up process at the same time. Let me make sure that we have sound going through both devices. Yep, I hear sound out of both. All right, and now, let's see. Is this still cooling down from the... Okay, at least it's charging. That's good. So I'll keep it plugged in. All right. So with that, the catch-up begins now. Of course, I was doing the Jalen County things. And yes, some towns from your world is now the names of roads. Yes, they're now the names of roads in our highway system. That's right. Asante River Road. In fact, I have the. I am. In fact, I. In fact, that is part of the plan. Edinburgh. Edinburgh is one city that I-3 connects to. Well, I decided to turn it into a city in my iteration. But also I've got Ventrail Boulevard, Arian Road, Tays Road, Jeslyn Street, Emmentine Drive, Rubik Road. My God, there's just a lot of roads to go through. And I forgot to mention too, the total number of exits that I've counted up on this road, 65 in total. Well, actually, if you count exit 1 and then 67 at the end, or 66 at the end where it feeds back into Interstate 32. So, it's been discovered tonight. Tuesday. And for this, I'm only going to add up to that. Bismarck. I'm only going to add Bismarck and Aberdeen, since they're the only two issuing stuff right now. Yeah, since they're the only two issuing stuff at the moment, and I'll set up the stuff for Wednesday. And then after we finish the catch-up process here, I dang it, I see the picture of the micro messed up the icons. Oh yes, and in addition to, and of course, in addition to finishing this up, gotta get the Downers Grove video from today together. All the trains I got from Downers Grove today. Of course. There was actually one more thing too. I was looking through my. I didn't get a chance to say this, but I was looking through my recommended feed this morning. And I found a poll. Let's see. Let's see. It was ES North Carolina. Yeah, here we go. Found it in the. Yeah, I randomly found it in my recommended this morning. If I go to posts, I found out that 3 days ago he actually posted that he announced a remaster of Hurricane Raven Category 6. It's an EAS scenario. So yeah, he's remastering a hurricane scenario. So he started a poll with a list of possible names, and you won't believe what one of the names he decided. Hurricane Una. I'm not kidding. I am not kidding. Hurricane Una is on that list. And I, of course, picked it. EAS North Carolina. He does EAS, he does EAS scenarios. The one that I first found him was a scenario that takes place in 2029, where NASA discovered a asteroid that would pass close to the Earth on New Year's Eve 29. However, then they found out that it was rather a large planet, in which he named it Ravens in the scenario. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these scenarios I've seen, they've put some brilliant effort into this. Oh yeah, I've still like 50,000 different things in my notifications to clear out, including the video of the birds from earlier today. Ew. Just love watching these birds. And there was actually something else I forgot to see too. Now, if I remember my count, I went back on Amtrak 6 and 4 when I was at Downers Grove, as well as the Borealis. So I just need to go back on the other ones now. So that would mean the evening Borealis and both builders. All right, so 1909 was number 7. There we go. This was Amtrak number 7 coming into Columbus, Wisconsin. And then when all that other stuff is all said and done, we'll probably look at some more of those Dell PCs and things like that. All right, here's the evening Borealis. I mean, I was thinking, if we're going to Seattle next week, why don't we take the Empire Builder? I mean, I would like to take the Empire Builder. I'm waiting. Finally, 1432 for builder number 8. And somebody's car alarm is going off straight across. Alright, so that's that. And now we'll just head to Galesburg for the rest of it. Alright, now we'll just head to Galesburg for the rest of it. I don't know if the neighbor even knows that their car is sounding. I don't think they know. Okay, so that's 10, 7. Okay, here's. Oh, that was Amtrak 3. I saw it earlier. Alright, so I guess the only other thing to see now is. And I guess the only other thing to see is California Zephyr number 5. Because I watched 3 pull into La Plata. So now I just need to watch 5 go through Mendota, and that's it. 1733. Is that time even right? Wow, must have been some very late trains today. No wonder why we haven't been lucky with Amtrak all season. No wonder why we haven't been lucky with getting any Amtrak's in Downers Grove. This is Zephyr number 5. All right, that is that. Back to the plate camera. All right, all caught up on Amtrak. Put the plate cam back on, and there's already Dream Wings. And of course, I'll switch the call over to my main PC once we're finished with the catch-up game. Oh wow, that was a very short intermodal. So let me say again. So let me repeat again what we've completed in this whole thing today. So as I was discussing earlier, we got all the signs down for the Interstate 3, or the new Interstate 3 as we should call it. So anyway, so when we do Minecraft again in 2 weeks from now. Yeah, 2 weeks. So August 4th will be our next show then. When that comes, we will then build the bridges of the other expressway, Interstate 232, as we're calling it. So we'll build the bridges of the other expressway, and then we will get both of those expressways ready for. And when we get both of those expressways ready, well, actually, before we do that, we got to build the vertical expressways. So we're gonna get those built first, and then when those are constructed, then we'll build those Interstate 132 and 232 expressways, and then that will be the end of the story right then and there. So. Make sure it's still going. So now I'll go ahead and switch over. Oh, I didn't take KCSI out. Test the please. Now we're set. Now we're set. All right, perfect. Goes this templates. Start the script up on there. So we tested already. The well's already done. The C's already done. All right, that's that. So I'll just shut that monitor off and leave it alone because I'll do all the monitor setup on the Optiplex Micro, and we'll do that before we get to putting together Downers Grove. Wow, seems like Billings is having serious problems with their NWS broadcast because it's been cutting on and off. Well, I don't know. It's just been cutting. Broadcasts have just been cutting on and off. Probably something to do with the wireless thing. I don't know. That's what it could be. That's what it could be. But we're gonna let that run all the way to the end, or let this list rather run all the way to the end. Oh, we got a copy of the rights of the SPC. I did not. All right, now in terms of the catch-up process, we are now on 7 p.m. etc. There actually wasn't too much to go back on this earlier this afternoon, which was quite surprising. I mean, the whole catch-up process only took about 20 minutes both times, both this morning and this afternoon. Alright, that FPC Outlook folder, I was using that for the first of our test streams, but I'm still thinking about whether we'll use that as part of our final configuration or not. Take all this out. Yeah, it's almost midnight Eastern. Maybe, but I'm still undecided as to whether I have to go, whether I'll go to work tomorrow or not. Well, Wednesday, I mean, whether I'll go to work Wednesday or not. Well, Thursday is my final exam for my summer math course at college. But anyway, all right. Yeah, it was nice to talk with him for a bit and get some use out of that old microphone too. All right, now I'll go ahead and plug that other cable back in.
South Carolina counties vote for Dan polls, effective until
I heard Buford and Collison on that. We're about to switch the ball over, bro. Yes, he's done then. Yeah, that was kind of nice. All right, so he's done already. 5 and 6 are done. Wow, that already leaves us with a very small order. Actually, you know what? I think we can go ahead and do the slight risk setup now for Wednesday. Let's go and do the setup right now. Starting with the slight risk.
for your protection remote to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Flood warning for Central Albert County until 9:45 p.m. At 6:52 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 3 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 0.5 to 1 inch are possible in the Warren area. Plus flooding's ongoing works to begin shortly.
All right. So that's Green Bay.
Some locations that will experience flash flooding include mainly rural areas of central Elbert County. This includes the following streams and drainages: Wilson Creek, East Bijou Creek, West Bijou Creek, Otter Gulf and Reed Springs Creek. The service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Wilson County, Wayne County, southern Elbert County, southwestern Sherwood County until 8:45 p.m. At 7:54 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles north of Little River, 16 miles northeast of Lyons, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. You can expect to find the wind was based on radar indications. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Folsom, Orange, Lindsborg, Marquette, Little River, Chase, Hollywood, Winston, Geneseo, Moraine, Wyndham, Leland, Frederick, Nicholson Airport, Silver, Kannapolis Lake, and Kannapolis State Park. National Weather Service in Blacksburg has issued a flash flood warning for South Metro.
All right, and then lacrosse. I'm gonna put Hastings in there since nobody monitors them. Same story with Cheyenne. I'm gonna add buildings again in case they even. Other than that, I think we're ready for Wednesday, but we so one more thing we also have to get done too. Actually, let's stop for just a second and let the DTS automation execute. All right, now we can continue.
Central South Dakota, Southern County in northwestern South Dakota until 8:45 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 7:49 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles west of Morini, or 32 miles west of Faith.
Oh, the co-pilot thing
40
open.
miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar indicator.
Amazing how well this Optiplex is running.
Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Faith, Opal, Pasta, Morini, Jerky Lake, and Arrowhead Buttes. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Thunderstorm warning for Central Weber County in northern Utah, southwestern Cache County in northern Utah, Central Fox Elder County in northern Utah. Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Chase County, northeastern Butler County, Lansing County, northwestern Cleveland County, and southeastern Kansas until noon. At 10:58 p.m., severe thunderstorms extended from the Tampa to Nashville to 8 miles east of Butler, moving to 40 miles per hour. You can expect 50 miles per hour winds. The warning was based on an emergency management report. At 10:55 p.m., 60 miles per hour winds were recorded in Hillsborough. The following effects are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Cottonwood Falls, Strong City, Florence, Burns, Lincolnville, Tampa, Lansing, Green, Cedar Point, 12, Heimer, Marion Lake, 1 St. Louis.
Okay, everything's ready to go. Alright, all that's ready for tomorrow. Of course, I need the second part of the Tuesday automated stuff. Go up to we start at KVSH since we have the ears thing in there. No, I do not want to enhance my writing with Copilot. Thank you for the offer. Thanks for the generous offer. You're welcome. And then we have to take down. Actually, I'm going to do it now while we're still catching. I need to set up the background on my phone anyway. So, starting with the slight risk and going across. Marquette is under the threat of severe weather. So let's see if they postpone. Let's see if Green Bay will. Let's see if Cross will do the same.
Public safety. A silver alert has been issued for Chandler Police Department. Chandler Police Department is looking for a white female, Martha Beltran, 74 years old, 5 foot 4
Aberdeen
inches,
could push
133
Thursday.
pounds, brown hair with brown eyes. Martha Beltran was last seen at her residence in the area of North Almond School Road and Ray Road in the city of Chandler, Arizona, at noon today. Martha was last seen driving a silver 2023 Honda CR-V, Arizona license plate number 077XPY. The vehicle was last seen near 51st Avenue and Camelback Road in Phoenix, Arizona at around 4 easily. If you have contact with this silver alert, please call 911.
Alright. Got that both finished. And as much as I would like to download the first part of Downers Grove on the micro, there is no USB-C port. This is a 2019 PC, and USB-C was not standard at the time. So it's hard to live with USB-A. It's okay. It's alright though. I don't need USB-C. But what about the SBS? This is USB-C working. No, it's not. It does not have USB-C. But wait, my laptop has USB-C. You can do it on there. So I'll just head on my laptop, my main laptop that is, and download the file. Rather than going through it on the main PC.
Jackson, beginning at 10:31 p.m. ending at 10:46 p.m. This is a test to the emergency alert system. This is only a test, no action is needed. This is only a test.
No, you don't need to stop the process. So here's today's live stream. Let's download it. To USB. Let me make sure that live chat replay is on. Shut up. Okay, live chat replay is on. Yeah, that's a bug in the Microsoft Edge. No, what's all this stuff for?
Issued a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Perkins County in northwestern South Dakota until 9:15 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. At 8:52 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located 10 miles west of Glen Valley, 28 miles north of Faith, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70 miles per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Meadow. So it looks like Mariano is beginning to close some stores. They're closing. So we're losing. So we lost 4. We're gonna lose 4 Marianos in our local area. The Northfield Marianos is gone already. Buffalo Grove, Bloomingdale, and Glenview will be losing the Marianos. Issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Central County, northeastern Southern County until 10:55 p.m. At 9:57 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Boulder, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Indications. The following impacts are expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs. Locations impacted include Wichita, Derby, Andover, Teesville, Park City, Weekly Center, Miller, Logan, Gunther, Rose Hill, East, Clearwater, Centric, Mount City, Powers, Mount Hope, downtown Wichita, Peach Eye, Bandale, and Eastboro. This includes the following highways: Interstate 135 between 0 and 22. Interstate 75 between 25 and 54. And 2. The National Weather Service has Block number 536, effective until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time Tuesdays or 4 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time Tuesdays. This block includes the following counties: McIntosh counties in North Dakota, McIntosh and following counties in South Dakota: Campbell, Coulson, Dewey, Edmonds, Falk, Wichita, Potter, and Warwick. In South Dakota: Brown, Edmonds, Falk, Marshall, and Person. For the following counties, Focus Storm and Plainford, East Central.
Well, it looks like Billy did eventually fix this. Right. Okay, looks like it's done. So, once we are all done here, I've already gotten down a list of potential postponements. Alright, 3 products left.
Impact, heat damage to vehicles is expected. Expect only damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This severe thunderstorm would remain over regional areas of northeastern Montana and County. Fire protection implemented. Storm the Plainford, southeastern County and central Montana, southwestern Social County and central Montana, until 10:30 p.m. to daylight time.
There's one more after this.
Thunderstorm southeastern County before 11:30 p.m. At 10:56 p.m. A severe thunderstorm was northeast of 30 miles per hour. You can expect 15 miles. Locations in Kansas include the West Park, Seasonal, Morgan, Rose Hill, McDonald, Forest Space, South Wichita, and Oaklawn. Interstate 135 between Route 0 and 2. Interstate 35 between 38 and 46. And total restricted area 52.
Okay, what's that? That was from earlier, so I was gonna say already processed. Alright, there we go. We are all caught up now with everything from earlier today. Oh, we still need to set up tomorrow's programming. We're gonna do that. Alright, now I know you didn't get to hear, I know you all didn't hear the bit of discussion that was going on, but it was my father trying to ruin our last Minecraft show before our big trip. I'm not going to go into detail on it, but but I'm gonna say it in a shorter form. It's something that I don't normally wish to do on a day like this. You know, I've been in Downers Grove. I mean, with a heat wave coming, I'm so happy I took the time to enjoy it. So I just want to, enjoy some time with all of you. So of course that's the big goal here. To not let school get in the way of this wonderful night. So there we go. Alrighty. There is that. That is all up to date now. So now, on to our next task, which is to put together today's episode of Downers Grove. So let me plug in the flash drive that contains the video of the live stream. And it will be labeled episode 9. That's I'm going to start with this video. Let's see. This was the moment the Express showed up. It is now. All right, and then yeah, the iPad start. It's gonna feel a bit weird because we have to pull it out of the case so that way I can plug in the flash drive into it. But I gotta be careful about the Apple logo. It's right there as well. So, oh wow, that speaker. All right, so cut that part out. I'll cut off all the talking that I did along the way. So. That was wonderful. Riding the gate mechanism all the way up to the top. So I'm going to include the ghost activation at the beginning.
Main Street and Burlington Avenue. Caution, walk time shortened when train approaches. Wait.
I'm going to include some more videos of the crosswalk too. Okay, that's the first part. Now for the second part of this. These were the trains I caught, and some of the other things too. Some more of the crosswalk, the announcement I tried to get. I was trying to see which one of the crosswalks were giving that other thing, the alternate announcement. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the exact one. So it was a shame, though. But oh well. Here was when the freight showed up earlier in the morning, and this was when I was making my way to the crossing. And then I thought, why not ride the gate mechanism down too? That was fun. No, we don't need that one. I had to do the other gate mechanism. I don't know if it caught the note, if it caught the ringtone on video. Oh well, actually, thank God it did. Thank God it caught the ringtone on video. Okay, that's actually the most challenging part of all this because there were some conversations going on at multiple points in this last recording, in this last clip. So I will need to. Actually, for parts of this, I'm actually gonna mute this for a majority of this, the majority of the clip. Yeah, actually, for a majority of the clip, I'm gonna go ahead and mute. And like we did before, wait until we get to the desired area. Once we get to a point where I'm gonna try to blur out as much of the conversation. Yeah, I'm gonna actually try to blur out as much of the conversation as I can here. Actually, you know what? Forget it. I'm just gonna mute this entire thing. Actually, forget it. I'm gonna mute this entire thing and only have the sound go when, we looks like otherwise the wind did a good job. And yeah, and I do want to keep this intact. I want to keep the sound intact, so I'm gonna try to blur out much of this, as much of the conversation that's going on as much as possible. I could have stuck it out the window a little more, and it would have been better, but oh well. That's a fine. That's fine. Right. And that entire part I'll mute. I'm gonna wait till I'll just cut this part off. But this is when the train gets back into view. See, I'm not. So I know there's gonna be, and I do understand there's gonna be a lot of silent parts in this final clip. It's because I do not want any personal conversations in the end product. So this is my big mission. I'm gonna listen very carefully for. Otherwise, it seemed like having the window open, it did a great job it did a decent job in blurring out a lot of the conversation, especially towards the end. All right. It seems like we got all of it. So, but yeah, it seems like while having the wind, I think maybe I could mute the wind, but you know what? There, so we can blur out as much of any personal conversations as much as possible. Did I already blur out my voice in this clip? I think I did already. Okay. All right. Then this episode of Downers Grove is ready to go. So I'll go ahead and render that. The upload procedure will then follow. Now the final thing to do is set up tomorrow's programming, and then that's the last thing we need to do today. And of course, I know how long I should make this, but I should be prepared to extend the programming even further should tomorrow not go to plan. Since this is my last week of my summer math course, I'm going to be more busier than ever. That's probably what all that discussion was for. So let's see, 2:30. So let's see. So we need a total of, let's see. So we're going to start at 1:15. Then we need a total of 2 hours and 45 minutes of programming. Why don't we air? Let's do some Wheel of Fortune episodes from. Okay, that should get us over the limit. All right. Do we still have the other one open? Yes, I do. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so that programming is ready to go. All right. So here is the plan. We're going to go forward with 2 hours and 45 minutes of programming. However, if, this is saying if tomorrow's class does not end up according to plan, then what we will do instead is we will add another hour or two of programming, and we could possibly start Roblox about an hour behind schedule, or maybe an hour and a half behind schedule. So, or we just may not do Roblox at all. Well, that program's fate depends on how it goes tomorrow. What else did I say I was going to do? Oh yeah, import those videos of the crosswalk. And we're going to fix all this stuff here because it got messed because all this stuff got mixed around when I put in the footage of when I put in the picture of the micro. And besides, I don't even think it belongs here. What's this one? I probably should move these over to other locations on the system. Alright, file has been created, so let's go ahead and reinstall the case, and let's see how it turned out. Yeah, I did a lot of talking, toward the beginning of the trains, so I had to cut up. Oh, blowing up big capacitors. I was about to get to watching this one before I All right. Let's see. The final total was 20 minutes. Okay. Now let me actually count up how many I got in total. So let's see. Let's see how many I got. Missed the express, so technically that'd be one. So let's see. I got two. Let's see. I got 3 metros during the stream. Well, I'm actually going to call it under a shorter time. Nearly 30 minutes. And of course, mark it down with today's date. Add it to the damage room playlist. All right. And that is ready to go. And State College W and Southern PA WX got rickrolled. I probably should mention to him that, and I forgot to say this too. One of the as my mother was scrolling through the stations on the radio this morning, on the way, just as we were getting on the 355, one of the stations was playing the Rickroll song, and I can't remember which one. Playing the Rickroll song. Yeah, I let him know that that was what happened when I was on my way to work this morning. Definitely quite an odd surprise, let me tell you that. And you know what's even more surprising? We already are only down to 4 Verizon clusters. 4. Can you believe it? 4 already. And the week had just began. We're already down to 7, 8, 11, and 14. If all 4 go tonight, that would be amazing to see. That would definitely be amazing too. Let's see, that's why he had to leave. He had to do some other. Yeah, because he's busy on his other server, so. Alright. At this point, we're done with the micro for tonight. I've already got everything set up for tomorrow. Seems like StreamWriter doesn't want to work right for some reason, but. Because I did set up WETA Classical in there, so. We'll try it. We'll try it again tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes. We'll see how WTA goes tomorrow, and we're also going to do 3 more test streams with it before I determine the final configuration. All right. So now that that is everything, Microsoft Windows 10 users face reminding them that support ends in the right side of risk ad, which I've been getting a bunch of times, upgrading to Windows 11 Pro PCs. Yes, Windows 11 has been getting security updates for, well, of course Windows 11 is still going to get security updates until probably 2031. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing will be the end of support date. But I guess that all depends on what Microsoft does with Windows 12 and everything, if we're even going to get a Windows 12. Maybe in the next few years or so, but mission this summer to get rid of as many unsupported Windows 11 PCs as much of them as possible. And I mean, this really took the cake, because when I introduced the Optiplex small form factor PC, it retired the Dell Vostro and HP ProBook and the Dell Latitude, all from service. Those are all at school now to be recycled. The Dell Micro is replacing the Inspiron 5520, as it now too has been retired from service. Oh yeah, and that reminds me. In regards to the Nostalgia Paradise finale, I'm gonna actually get back to work on that. I'm gonna get back to work on that sometime after the trip, or maybe on that Friday we'll probably just do like a live. Maybe we'll just do like a live editing session of the Nostalgia finale. And yeah, I wanted to import the videos of the crosswalk because I want to get some more audio files out of it. I know how much Brian loves his crosswalks. He really loves them, doesn't he? Alright, now on with the other things. So, as I've been saying, I've wanted to, as I've said, retire all those unsupported pieces of hardware. So, now I have 2 Windows 11 Pro computers that actually meet the system requirements. And of course, that is especially important that I considered the fact that Microsoft could be discontinuing security updates for unsupported devices. And I was furthermore thinking, could I put a laptop wireless card into the Optiplex small form factor? Unfortunately, no. Mini PCIe cards cannot work in that kind of hardware. So I was thinking maybe, I guess then in order to obtain one, maybe we can just go through a third party and buy the part from there, or I could just purchase another Dell Micro, one with crappy specs, just take the wireless card from there and then just get rid of it. Or just keep that one, use it as a backup in case the primary one fails. That might be a good consideration. So, I have been going through, especially last night, I've been going through a bunch of eBay listings on these Dell Optiplex 3060 computers. No, this just says Optiplex. The number has been blacked out. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. So as 11:40. That time is not correct. It's 11:50 p.m. Anyway, moving on. So I've been talking about how there's three sizes that Dell offered their Optiplex PCs, and I believe that's how they still do it today, to this very day. I have two of them. The 3060 Micro, the smallest of them all, and the small form factor machine, which is a slightly larger size. This one is the granddaddy of all of them. It's the Micro Tower. This one's the largest of all of them. Look at that. Yeah, it's huge. Here's a Micro with an i3. Good thing mine has an i5. Otherwise, if I had an i7 somewhere, I could maybe throw an i7 into it and have that be the main primary processor instead. But that would only give us a slight performance boost. That would only give us a slight performance boost. Alright, that's going to be the end of it then. Let me verify that time on... Yep, the time on that's completely wrong. Okay, so good thing I factored that out. Alright, so... Yeah, Dell's been doing that for years, so... Yeah, here's the Optiplex Micro Tower. That's their old-fashioned one. This is the old 3020. Yeah, a lot of their Optiplex PCs have been like that. But just the numbers on them have been very different. 5070, 7000 series. All of those are very identical in terms of design, but the only thing that's different about them is specs. I've heard the 3000 end is like the lower end, and then 7000 would be the higher tier of the Optiplex models. So what I've got here is two identical 3060s, except with different sizes. And I mean, I am actually enjoying both of them. I mean, the Optiplex small form factor getting that into service with a breeze. I got through it all in one go. But I did update the Windows 11 USB before I did the upgrade. I didn't do that with the Micro. So that's what led into the chaos that we were into. But I'm happy that this micro is working properly. So maybe I could just go through a search on eBay, find a wireless card that goes into the Dell Micro with the antenna, and then I can install that wireless card into the Optiplex small form factor PC to make it wireless. So I guess until then, if that ever happens, then I'll just continue bridging the connection between my current desktop PC and that small form factor machine. So I guess that will have to be the case until you can figure something out wireless wise. Yeah, until we can figure something out wireless wise. But I'm still pleased with how well the upgrade turned out. I'm very happy. So I'm sure I'm gonna really have a good time with this PC for the next 6 years. When until Microsoft finds out, it probably won't even be compatible with Windows 12. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm assuming 12 is going to be like an AI exclusive OS. Everything is going to be AI, and I think Windows 12 might only work on like Copilot Plus PCs or something, which could be the case actually, but we'll have to see when that comes around if it does. So with that, folks, I guess that's it then. So thank you all for joining us here today for our last Minecraft extravaganza before our trip, before our big family vacation this year. So, well, we won't be able to do a show next week, in fact. But, like I said earlier, if I do have time, I can maybe start writing down the exit signs for, take down notes of exit signs for the horizontal freeway. So that then, when we come back on the 4th, we can then begin construction of those expressways. And also, I've yet to announce the changes for the fall this year with programming, with the beginning of a new college semester. But we'll talk about it when the time comes. And yes, I will be, and yes, with August's updates, I'll make sure to enroll the XPS in the Extended Security Update program, so that way we'll get another year of critical security updates. I don't care about bug fixes or anything like that. All I care about is that it'll continue to get security updates on Windows 10 until it's just make sure that be sure that it continues getting security updates for another year, so I can continue using it for online activities while I decide its future. Whether it will go on Linux or we will just take its hard drive out, move it over, and then retire that PC from service. Then I'll have to wait till next summer. But yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail because tomorrow is going to be it's going to be a very difficult day tomorrow. In fact, this first part of the week is going to be very difficult. Then what comes 2 days after, it's going to be the hardest. This is probably the hardest week of all. But then after this week is over, then it's just going to be pretty easy going straight forward if it all goes well. Because I do not want to deal with it again for next summer. I do not want to deal with it again in 2026. I just want it done and over with. So I guess yeah, that's it, folks. So I guess that our next Minecraft show will be on the 4th. So, with that said, we are done. So thank you for joining us tonight and today, actually. And we hope that you will be back with us again tomorrow. Hopefully, we can do Roblox on time if everything tomorrow goes according to plan. If not, I may have to extend programming by an hour, and we may start Roblox about an hour behind schedule, or we may cancel Roblox entirely. But the good news is that this will be the last time this will happen, for now, because we have yet to find out what the fall schedule will be like. So, this will be the last time Roblox will probably be curtailed or stopped, just for my math course. So, this should hopefully be the last time. And I swear it should be. So, with that said, thank you all for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow. Or, well, hopefully we can do Roblox. But if not, then we may just add in a whole bunch of programming. But we'll see what happens. So until then, in either case, from all of us here at Plainfield TV and Highland Now, and right before the Cox Media Auto Tests go, we bid you all good night.